Thank you for the sub. Now, give me your blood.
Thank you for all the fun and amazing streams. Chi, appreciate you so much. Nasha to love.
Conclude. Conclude.
I'm gonna come.
Hello. Halloween. Halloween. Aba. Oh my god. The immediate suck. Oh my god, what? Oh, huh? Oh, the TikTok chat. Oh. Yeah. Hello. Hi. Halloween. Sorry it took some time. So quick till dear why I was so late with the stream start. So as soon as I hit the funny stuff, like as soon as I hit the stream button, work people suddenly DM me and like, oh Nachi, we need this and that. Can you give it to us ASAP? Can you check on this ASAP? And I'm like, I just hit start stream. I just hit start stream, man. Why? What did I do to y'all? So I'm like, bruh, okay. I gotta inform everyone that, like, yeah, I got some work stuff ongoing. But I finished it. I just came back. Sorry. Sorry I made you wait for so long in the stream start screen. And I hope you liked the music stuff while it was happening. Also, hi everyone. Hi, I missed y'all. Oh my god. I miss y'all. No wonder. Dog, hi. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Oh my god, Kirby, no! Oh my god, the immediate Kirby. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna hydrate. Ow. I can't even react to this. Suck. Hi, dog. Hi, dog. Okay. Let me back read. It's the fullest thread. Oh my god. I'm not EP, I swear. So Cosmic was the first, and he gambled it all. Wow. Okay. Oh my god, Mist! Mist is here. Hi, Mist. Yes. And also, Chatsy. Dankeschön. I was about to say arigato, but yeah, I forgot. I forgot your German. Dankeschön. Dankeschön for the subby. Mwah. And then, of course, Cosmic Glowing, everyone. Yes, the views. And then Shadow. Oh, Shadow. Hi, Shadow. Okay. Okay. So everyone's here. Hi, hello. Hi, Cosmic. Hi, Mist. Hi, Shadow. Hi, Jay. Hi, Doug. Oh, no! Oh my God! It's stinking now. Zoro is in the chat. Oh no! Stinky. Hi. So I got some announcements. I don't know if you notice it. Already, but we have a command for it now. I just whipped it out like, just a few hours. Like I started working on it like 5 hours ago. Just like whipped it out like stuff. I edited and I posted and stuff. But yeah, we cooked. We are cooked. Because we are doing a donathon. Yes, that is my big announcement. I will be doing a donathon. So just to give y'all some more details, I posted it on my Twitter as well. And also for the coffee link. So yeah, so when you use the exclamation point donathon, it will give the link to the post on Twitter and also the link on how to donate. So the reason for this is, of course, I've explained this already. Like like the first week of this month, I explained what happened like recently with my home electrical stuff, and like I'm still like I'm so broke, man. Like, although I have a salary, man. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I have to rewire this shit, or else it might burn anytime if I abuse it. So and it's kind of taking a toll on me whenever like I have to think about, oh, I have to turn off this stuff in order to not overload the wires, instead of just freely using it. So it's hard. It's been taking a toll on me, always thinking about how can I fix my stuff. So yeah, uh I decided to do a donathon for this goal instead of just having that as a co-file goal. This time we will have a dono goals to push the donation drive faster. So with regards to that, I just edited this like real quick, you know. I just edited it real quick. Hold on, let me put it up. So I posted about it earlier, just an hour before I streamed, I think. Sir, hold on, let me show it on stream. On stream. Where is it? Where is it? Opera. Yeah. Does it show it? Hell yeah. So it shows it. I'm gonna put my model a little bit on the side so you can see. Okay. I'm here in all of this stuff, so let me show y'all my Donothon goals. Yes, I've been cooking it for quite some time already, man. Why this shit so hard, man? Okay, so do you see it properly? I hope you see it properly. If not, you could just go to the post on X. Yes. Wait, let me check chat. Cook some food and expose her. What the fuck? Extra static and crispy. Oh, no. I don't want to do that. So yeah, Donothon goes. First is like, if you could see the on the left side, yeah. So it's very interesting. I know, like yeah. Very interesting goal, what do you call that, mini goals. I don't know, how do I call that shit? Mini goals, is it? Would it be mini goals? I don't know. But yeah, so first is we will have a new ear toggle on the first 50. So I like put this in every $50 intervals, so that every interval we unlock something, right? It's faster, hopefully. So the first would be a new ear toggle. That would be the bear toggle. Next would be the we'll be having a MS Paint drawing. So we will have some MS Paint stuff. That I mean, anything to make y'all happy. I'll draw anything on my MS Paint, even though I suck at drawing. Yes, it will be very scuffed, but it will be very, 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 very cute, ha, and very, very funny, shmoney. Next would be karaoke stream for 4 hours. So this would be 4 hours straight. I know I've done this already, but I don't mind doing that out of the blue. 4 hours of karaoke stream. Next would be anime smasher pass. So it would be any anime characters, of course, as long as it's not too revealing and stuff. You know, we must be TOS friendly. So we'll be doing an anime smasher pass. And the next goal would be chat will be tweeting for me. So y'all will be submitting your stuff, like you'll be submitting your suggestions and stuff, and then you can vote on which one you want me to tweet. And then next would be the new hand toggle. So so far we have like hand toggles like for the mic, for the burger, for the phone, for the battlefield gun, and the T. What else? Yeah, those are the hand toggles that I have. So I could possibly add something a bit spicy or something more fan servicey in terms of that. And you can choose whichever you want. Like you can vote for it. Next is chat chooses my Twitter profile picture, which will last for 2 months. Yes, I will set it for 2 months because I feel like 1 month is too short. Next would be FNAF stream. I don't like FNAF. I hate Five Nights at Freddy's. I hate Freddy. Yeah, like I fucking hate Freddy. But yeah, we're gonna stream FNAF if this goal is met. Next would be drawing stream hand cam. Yes, hand cam. Meaning I'll be doing traditional drawing because I'm not doing digital drawing because MS Paint, bruh. Duh. I don't even have like a drawing tablet or something. I'll just be using a mouse for that. So for the drawing stream, we will be hand cam. I'll be drawing anything or whatever. Don't expect too much because I'm bad with drawing, I swear. Next is new hair toggle. Yes, there's a lot more hair toggles for this model, and I haven't unlocked all of it yet. Then next would be chat picks new stream alert lines. So I don't know if you noticed, but like the whenever someone subs or gives subs or someone like donates or stuff. Oh, what was it? Donate? No, 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 no. Yeah, whenever someone subs or gives subs, you hear me saying like lines from my very very scuffed mic settings before. um I will have to like change that for a new line. So instead of you hear like thank you for the sub, it will be different. You can choose what line I could say. Yes, and I will record that and change it for the better. Next would be bracelet making stream. It's also a hand cam. Yes, I'll be creating possibly 2 or 3 bracelets while we're streaming. So I found like this a bracelet kit created like a bracelet kit on like Shopee. And I think like it's gonna be fun making those while yapping with y'all. And of course, like it's gonna be like personalized our stuff, right? Like it will show like how I do stuff, how you know. I'm not really creative, but I do want to try those again. I mean, it's been like when since I was a child, since I last created bracelets on my own. So this time I want to create it again. Next would be ball toggle redeem. Yes, not just a toggle, but a redeem. You can make me bald while I'm streaming when this goal is met. Like, isn't that great? You want me bald, right? You want me bald, right? Yes, we will have that if we reach this goal. Just $650. Yeah. Next would be old model redeem. So if you remember my first model, yes, I'll be adding that redeem. So if you have like you want to see the nostalgia and stuff, or you want me to use the old model, I don't mind. You can use that. You can just redeem it while I'm streaming, and then it will pop up. Next is diamond painting plus drinking stream. Diamond painting doesn't mean really like real diamonds, you know. So it's like not crochet. It's like cross stitch, but instead of threads, it's gonna be like plastic that is shaped like a diamond. And I've been doing those for quite some time already, for quite some years already. Ever since pandemic started, but diamond painting became a thing. So I'm like, why don't I do some diamond painting while on stream, right? Right? And on top of it, will make it more funnier because I'm gonna be drinking. It's been so long. I've been sober, bruh. I've been sober for more than a year. But I don't mind doing this if it meant for the hee hee ha ha to make y'all happy. I am a light drinker, by the way. So you'll see me drunk probably on this stream. Next would be nails on stream. It's also a hand cam stream. Um, I'll be doing my nails. I'm not really a girly that does her nails, like, you know, that paints her nails. But for the entertainment, right? Yes. We're doing it. We're doing it. And for the next one, random naughty noises redeem. So this one, I plan to have like, you know, noises like me saying a burger. Anything about around those, or I do the or just, you know, copy rows. I don't know. It's a random noise, and it might be coming from any clip that I have, or I might have already got it. You don't know. Nobody's gonna know.
Keg glued.
I get glued. Okay, let me go back to chat. I've been yapping for quite some time before I continue again. So, donut to my bank account. Oh my god, Shadow, same. Bear, yes, we're gonna have bear ears soon. Coffee. Hi, Coffee. Hi, how are you? Bald na nachi. No, please don't make me bald. Bald. Oh, I know this. I did like two. Wait, which two? Painting bracelet or the painting, I guess. They're very calming. Yes, all the stuff that I've been trying to or like planning to do for the Donothon are very calming ones. I don't want it to be very very complicated, and also I'm in like a budget restricted goal. So these are the stuff that I am like I think I could do for y'all. No, no, don't sniff. No, no. Why sniff? No. Hands very scandalous. No, yeah. Oh my god. It's your first time seeing my hands. Oh no, I'm scared. Diamond painting. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my god. I have completed two already. One is a cat picture and one is a Nezuko from Kimetsu no Yaiba or Demon Slayer. So I've already done two. I plan to make one. Like I won't have. I will be ordering a customized diamond painting of my model, and I will be doing that on stream. If I won't be able to finish it on the stream, I will continue doing that on my off time until I finish it, and I will post the result afterwards. Okay, let's go back. So, you know the next one. Some people might be looking forward to this, some people might hate it, but it is what it is. It might happen anytime sooner anyway. We'll have a good boy or good girl or whatever, a good person redeem. Or a good cat, a good jellyfish, a good doctor, a good potato, a good coffee, a good whatever, a good yes. We'll have those. We'll have a redeem for that. The good lines. Yes. And the next would be my lore reveal. Not really my IRL lore, but my OC. The reason and the background, why my model has these colors, why my model is a vampire and stuff. All of those. The lore will be revealed. Not really in animated form, but I might record something, that I might record something. Just look forward to it. And then the end of the goal would be a live cooking stream. Also, this would be hand cam. I'm not gonna reveal myself cooking myself, But yeah, we will be doing a live cooking stream. I don't know what we will be cooking, but we will be cooking. Yes. And of course, if anyone is like very very what do you call very generous enough, I have a stretch goals in case this Donothon like ends sooner than I expected. Hope well, I don't expect that to happen honestly. So I have a stretch goals for until 1,500 USD, which is an additional 500 USD. So first 100 is the 8-hour concert stream. Instead of me doing 4 hours of karaoke, I will be singing for 8 hours. No rest at all. Just a little bit of yapping here and there between the songs, but 8 hours of me singing? Yes, I could do that. Next is, oh my god, I've never done this, but for the content or for the entertainment and everything, I'll be doing an 18 plus spicy ASMR content, which means that's NSFW. Yes. Next is for the 300 1,300 USD goal, it will be the horror stream with heart rate monitor. I'm cooked. I don't have a heart rate monitor, so I have to buy something for that. 1,400 is a mystery reward. It's a surprise. When it gets unlocked, I will announce it immediately what it is. And the end of the stretch goal is a new customizable model that I will debut. And of course, I will be commissioning or updating the assets as well along with that update. So that's if we reach the stretch goals, the end of the stretch goals. Only if we reach the stretch goals. I don't plan on changing this model. I don't think I'll be able to reach the end of the donos on the 1,000 USD immediately or for the next possibly month. But I do hope I get the funds sooner so I could fix my stuff at home. And just a reminder as well, please donate wisely. And I would really, really appreciate it that you will prioritize yourself before donating. Please consider your own financials first. Only give out what you can give extra. Don't jeopardize your own health. Make sure you have something to eat for yourself. You can still pay your bills and stuff. That's very, very important. So yeah. No coffee. OMG, are you gonna cook the pinakbet or the ginata? It depends. Honestly, I could cook those. But as much as possible, I don't want the stream to like take so much longer than what it is. Or it might be too complicated for the cooking stuff. So if ever I would be cooking something easy, could be like, Filipino dish, of course, but not as complicated as the others. Okay, so after those goals, I will also be discussing what we have for the donor incentive. So those that will donate can do something or can get something back aside from the goals, because the goals are for the community and everyone. So the goals are for everyone. The donor incentives is for that person, or if you want me to suffer, yes, there's stuff like that. So the first one, of course, for $1, if you donate $1, imagine even just $1, you get something, right? For $1, I can do some kiss noises, some sniffer or some ara-ara. You know? Kirby, no! Ah! No, don't eat the screen! Okay. And then for the second dollar, if you just $2, you can get me to sing. That's fun, right? Any song. No, oh no, 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 the sniffer, no, no. The donor incentive. You could make puto if I have the ingredient. Oh, not the ingredients. If I have the right cookware, I could, but I don't have it right now. Also, don't donate your life savings, please. Coffee. I don't know if you have your life savings. I remember you always saying you're broke, bro. You're asking Zara for our donations always. But honestly, yeah. We should ask Zoro always, Just kidding. Okay, going back. So $2 you get one song. For $5 you get three songs, or you can put your name on my model for the
Your
rest
mom's
of
car.
that stream. Your mom's car. So if you donated this, or if you donated this off stream, the next stream you could choose to either make me sing three songs, or you could put your name on my model for the rest of the stream. So I will be putting like a sticky note of some sort, either on my head, on my neck, on my shoulder, on my hair, wherever, as long as, yeah, it makes you happy, I'll put your name in it for the rest of the stream. Next, for $10, you can spin the wheel. So for the wheel, I will do that. I will show you later. I will show you later what is the contents of the wheel. Okay, I will show you later. Next, for $20, if you donate $20 in one go, you can your name will be on my model for 2 weeks. Imagine my streams for the next 2 weeks. Your name will be plastered on my model. Flaunt that. Of course, and also it will be in a different color, so people will know that it's not just for that stream, because the name on Nachi for the rest of the stream will be just the generic color, and the one with the $20 would be a different color, to let them, brag. It's bragging rights that you got the money and stuff. For $30 you can change the stream title. For $40 you could add 1 hour to my stream, even though if I'm supposed to end the stream and you don't want me to end stream, you could donate $4 and I'll be forced to do 1 more hour of stream. Or if you want me to end the stream because I'm probably EP, or you just wanna end the stream, donate $40 in one go. I'll end the stream. But of course, I have my options. Okay, next would be for $50. So this is big already. $50 is big. If you give that in one go, you should be getting a bit more better option, right? So you'll be getting a personalized alarm message, or you could choose a game to play. If I just started the stream and I don't know what to play, especially if I have that description in my title that says any games, you can choose the game to play. if you donate $50. I don't mind whatever game it is. As long as it's in my stuff, please. As long as it's in my Steam or it's in my Epic, I don't mind, please. Yeah, that's okay. Next would be, I mean, this is Euler level type shit. This is Euler level type shit. If you drop $100 in one go, you get a personalized SFW ASMR. The duration would be 10 to 15 minutes. So it's personalized because I'll be calling your name in that ASMR. So your preference, you will describe me all of the preferences. It will not be delivered immediately, but you will, I guarantee you, you will get it. You will get it. So at the end of the donathon, we have our top donors prizes. So I don't really give out VIP badges, but I'm willing to give VIP badges for the top 3 donators for this donathon. So VIP badges are a must. The personalized alarm messages are also a must. You'll also get a handwritten letter. So just a so just a heads up. So if you're one of the top 3, you will get some personalized and IRL stuff from me. I will ship it to you. Just give me the details. Don't worry, it will be NDA and stuff. No one will know where you live. And you get something in return, right? You know, I give you a handwritten letter by myself with a, you know, personalized message aside from the alarm message. You also, for the top 3, so let's go for the top 3 first, okay? Top 3, we get VIP badge, the alarm message, the handwritten letter, and a limited Nazi merch. Wow, why we have merch? We have merch. Oh, this is new, right? We have merch. Oh my god, we're so small, but we have merch. What? Yeah, I'm gonna have a merch, but only for this Donothon. We're bringing this concept back. Honestly, yeah, I do want to have Donathons to push the electricity fund goal. So yeah, that's a hell of a lot of options. What if I donate $50,000 from Zoro's wallet? God damn, Zoro's that rich. God damn. Well, if you donate that from Zoro's wallet, then the rest of the stuff will be going to Zoro then. Are you increasing the VIP badge prices for points if someone buys this the VIP this way? No. No. For this donathon, anything that the VIP badge coming from the donathon will not affect the price of the redeem in Twitch channel points unless someone in Twitch channel points redeems it. Yeah. So it will only the price of the VIP will only increase only if someone redeems it. Okay. Crazy auntie already making merch. Yeah. I mean I want to give something back to those that will donate the most, right? Because I'm sure they will be donating a lot than the others. So at least they get something back. Huh? What do you mean mines? Coffee gave your credit card, I think, Zoro. So yeah, you gotta talk to Coffee about that. Will happen. I'm just discussing my Donathon goals and stuff. Shadow. So yeah, I'm gonna be a chat here and buy with put. God damn. Okay, gotta put in the ass. Going for the effort route. I see. I see. Good luck with that, songs. God damn. You lost 500. Nah, it's okay. You still have a lot of points. Okay, going back. So the limited Nazi merch contains a signed photo card. So this photo card is an illustration. So I commissioned the Canzalini for the arts. Yes, the one and only, the one and only, the goated, the number one, the apprentice of Leonardo da Vinci, the Kenzilini, the Kinsey son. Yes, Kinziru. If you are not familiar with the amazing Brazilian man, yes, I commissioned Kinsey to create the art for all of my merch. So I'll be having a photo as an illustration which will be printed on a photo card and I'll sign it. Um I'll also be releasing some stickers of my emotes and a chibi version. So this one is like a chibi art of my model, of my OC. Next would be a pin. Yes, a Nachi pin. And we will also have an acrylic keychain. So that's what the merch contains. It's like a big it's like a small package, you know. It's not too fancy and stuff. I don't expect to everyone to like be interested. I'm not a big content creator. Yes, keychain, yes, it has an acrylic keychain. I will be including that on the limited merch so that these top three donators will have something personalized or something um that they could keep in theirs with themselves, you know. A little bit of token of appreciation and a little reminder that yeah, I'm here. It's not how. Okay. Next, so that's for the top three. For top two, blah, 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 blah. For top two, you get those four from the top three prize, plus you get one of the bracelet that I will be making on the bracelet stream, bracelet making stream, and also you get a package of my favorite Filipino snacks. Well, as long as it's allowed to be shipped to your country or wherever you are, I will include it. Okay. And then for the top one, you get all of those from the top two list. So you get the bracelet, the alarm message, the handwritten letter, the Nazi merch, the VIP badge, the snacks. Plus, you get the diamond painting that I will be also making on stream. Yes, you get the diamond painting. I will frame it for you. Or if it can be shipped with the frame because you know that's fragile, it will contain a glass. If it's fragile and the shipping company will not allow me to ship this type of stuff, I will include a diamond painting, and you will have to frame it yourself. But if you don't have the funds, just let me know. I'll gladly send something to make you buy the frame for it. Next is another one that is included in the top one price is a shirt. What's the inside joke shirt? It's a surprise. But it's an inside joke from the community. So if you're like part of the community and stuff, you get an inside joke from a shirt containing an inside joke from my community. Yes. I don't know what is it yet or what you prefer, but I could put it there. Yeah, you know. Yeah, so that's all the stuff that I have for the donor incentive. The donor incentives. It's a big win-win, right? Right, right. Yeah, please donate. I don't want to be begging stuff, so I'm like, yeah, I want to give something in return for those that will give something for me. So I hope this is enough. Hopefully, I'm a broke person. I'm a broke ass person. So yeah, I hope all of this that I plan for this donathon will come to fruition. I'm looking forward to it, although I will suffer. It's gonna be me suffering. Why am I here? Just to suffer. No, just kidding. I will suffer for the money. If it means I get to fix my stuff, yes. If it means I get to live more safely, yes, I'll do it. Okay. I promised a hold on. I promise I will close it for now. I promised the to show you the spin wheel. Hold on. Let me just uh okay. I'll show you the spin the wheel. Okay, this and then where is it? Where did I put it? Okay, there we go. Okay, and then this. Hold on. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Okay. So, wait, I'ma just redo it, okay? Okay, I'll show y'all while I'm doing this spin wheel. Okay, okay. Alright, I'm gonna summon the other auntie. Oh, are you calling her? Calling her now? Oh, thank you, Zoinks. Are you curious? Have you had any other dodos besides mine? No, no one yet. Okay, let me show y'all. So, oh. I don't know if it's, yeah, whatever. Anyway. So, for the spin wheel, so this spin wheel, you will get um the highest prize from the spin wheel would be VIP, a gift sub from me, and a timeout. You can time out someone for 30 minutes. That's long as well. This one next for the spin wheel chances, so this one will be spawned 3 times. So this one is 10 minutes ASMR. You can mute me for 10 minutes and you can time out someone for 10 minutes, and this will be in the spin wheel chances for 3 times. So that's how much it, like, the chances for it to be any of these three will be 3 times more. Next is this. So this one, we have 5 minutes of me speaking in ASMR, or 5 minutes muting me, or you can make me add meowing the meows at the end of my sentences for 5 minutes, or make me say nya nya at the end of every sentence for 5 minutes, or you can time out someone for 5 minutes, or you can make me sing a hard song just like golden. Fuck. So this one, the 5 minutes stuff will be repeated on the spin wheel for 5 times. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Imagine. Are you seeing the chances? Are you seeing the chances already? And we have this. So we have, you can make me sing any song. So just one song. Or you can make me say ara ara at every end of the sentence. End of sentence. I forgot. At end of sentence. For 3 minutes. That's too harsh on me. I mean. Okay. 3 minutes of me saying the ara ara. Oh my god, that's crazy. And you can make me say anya line, or you can make me say a riz line, or you can make me meow for 1 minute. And this one will be repeated on the reel for 7 times. So this one, right? One. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, there we go. So, and to make sure that you get more, like, the chances are saved and stuff, like you can get more chances to get the higher rewards, which is the VIP gift sub, or you can time out someone for 30 minutes. I will shuffle it. Before spinning the wheel. So that's the spin wheel. Yes, that's the spin wheel stuff that we have. I hope y'all like it. So you get to spin the wheel if you donate $10 upfront. Yeah. $10. You spin the wheel. Because that's gonna make someone suffer. Either me or other people. Mostly me. But yeah. Hold on. I hope that wasn't too brutal with like the VIP chances, but man, I'm doing so much, man. I don't wanna give out too many VIP chances, okay? So by the way, if you are like donating, hold on. Let me go back to the incentive stuff. Hold on. So if you're donating the for like, if you donate like $20 or $30 or $40 or more, whatever that, it also includes the one that is below it. So so for example, you donated $20. You just don't get to put your name on my model for 2 weeks. You also get to spin the wheel 2 times, and you get to make me sing 3 songs plus 1 song. Imagine that's 4 songs, and you get either one of these, one kiss or a sniffa or an ara ara, whatever you choose. Imagine. You're winning. You're winning so much on this Donothon. I'm suffering. But yeah, it's okay. We're doing this for the money. We need the money. So yeah. Okay. Goddamn. You get to time out the potato? Yes. You get to time out the stinky potato. Yes. If someone gets VIP, do they have to take it? If they get it VIP through VIP, the roulette or the spin wheel, or by being the top dono, and if they don't like the VIP, they could give it to others. They could have that option. They could take it, or they could pass it to someone else. Yes, they just have to let me know if they won the stuff. So yeah, because they want to get it through points. Yeah, there's an option like that if you don't want to get it the VIP, and if you possibly win VIP, you can have the option of passing it to other people. Yeah. Imagine someone will be very happy if someone doesn't want to get the VIP. Also, if like for example, this is just an example. So I already have some of my friends that is VIP already in the community, and if they do get the VIP, they have the chance to pass it to others. Yeah, all those stuff. Same with the gift sub. I have the gift sub prize on the spin wheel. So it's either the gift sub will be given to them, or if they're already gifted, I will just gift it anonymously in the community. Okay. I'm a say no if I get chosen. Okay. I understand though. I have too many points already. Yeah, yeah, you've been collecting so much already. So yeah, that's all of my Donathon stuff. Any questions, kids? Any questions? We have a quiz later. Just kidding. I should have done that earlier. But man, hold on. Wait, let me check work stuff. I have to be very active in my work email. No, I got nothing to share with the class. I see. So that's my Donathon stuff. On to our uh itinerary. Itineraries. You see. But yeah, aside from the Donathon, I got some little tea, I got some little tea to share to everyone. Yes. So, I'm shy. I'm shy. So, this VTuber of yours is in love with someone. Yes. This is just a little tea. It's in love. Yes. Um, I'm not gonna disclose it unless the other person decides to agree to make it public and stuff. But yeah, I'm just saying I'm in love. Yeah. I'm in love with someone. Yeah. Yeah. I will have to talk about it anytime soon anyway. So yeah. I'm I'm shy. But yeah. It's happening, yes. It's a goddamn Christmas miracle. What do you mean a Christmas miracle? That's crazy. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out how it will happen because there's a lot of stuff happening in my life right now, like the stress with work, the pressure of being independent suddenly, and the pressure of like a lot of stuff IRL, not just like financial stuff, not just those, but like not just work stuff, but also like emotionally and mentally. Like I do and am ongoing with those stuff as well. I've been trying to fix myself. I've been trying to heal myself from all of the traumas that I have been through. And as much as possible, I want to consider everything properly before like moving to the next step. It's gonna be a very bumpy ride. And it's gonna be hard, but I look forward to it. I'm excited to the next chapter of my life. Oh my god, I'm getting emotional again. Don't make me cry. Yeah. Nothing will happen if nothing will move. And in order to move, we have to decide something. And yes, Oh, thank you for the headband, miss. We're here for you if you need it. Oh, thank you, miss. Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah. Like, I decided to do something for myself and make myself even better. And, like, being motivated is one part of it. And, like, this person makes me motivated to do a lot of stuff. And honestly, I've been doing better because of this person ever since I met him. So, yeah. I've been doing a lot. Been doing a lot for myself. Been moving forward a lot faster. Yeah. We just started the year of the fire horse. He'll all be moving to new heights. Like, ah, that's true. That's true. Oh my god. You got this. She just, oh, Dankeschön. Dankeschön, Snibbel. But yeah. That's my tea. It's a little tea, right? It's little tea. Has anyone got under tea? Anyone got under tea? Oh, by the way, regarding the Donothon, you don't like. I'm not forcing anyone to do it, of course. If you still want to support without spending money, there's other ways, and one of it is sharing the news to other people and stuff. You know, just share the news. Oh, you know that I have some. I've been watching this streamer called Nachi, and she's very adorable. She's very quirky. I think you might like her. She's also hosting a donathon and stuff. Oh, that would be very appreciative. Like, I would really appreciate it. You share the news, you share the channel, you share anything about me and stuff. I would really, really appreciate it. That would help reach the goal faster because the more people that will know about it, the faster the goal will be met. Yeah. Yeah. I know. I mean, I don't know why. Honestly, I've been doubting it as well. Ever since I thought about it, like I've been doubting it. Like, will this even work? Because I'm a very small streamer. I only have like what 176 followers, and I mean, no one's seeing me much, honestly. So, and no one's like watching me much doing live stream to be able to gain the benefits of the donathon. But yeah, you know, it doesn't hurt to try. That's your best. I decided to do the leap of faith. That someone that anyone will be willing to help me with my stuff in exchange for something in return. Yeah. Wow.
Your mom's car.
Your mom's car. Oh my god. Oh, it wasn't Zoinks. Oh, I was used to Zoinks just redeeming it. Yeah. I've been just chilling. Lady need a break currently. No tea. Aw. Wait. I remember you told me before like you got laid off. Are you still like finding a job? How are you? How is finding job recently? My entrance. Bald na notch. Oh my god. Y'all wanna see me bald really that much, huh? Well, you gotta put some effort on the donor side. Not really by donating, but you know, if you can't give the money, call for other people that could give money. I need a sugar daddy. God no. Just kidding. No, I'm a loyal. Yes, I'm a loyal. Yes, I only love one person. Yes. But I have my wife, please, please. Let me still have my wives. Let me have my wives and my mommies. But I will be loyal to one man. When will we get art of Nachi in a banana suit? Honestly, that could happen. That could not happen. It depends. Egg cheat. No, please don't make Don't play tic-tac-toe on my forehead. I do have this one head like this one, what you call this? Fringe? Was it fringe or the bangs? I have this one bang style that shows my forehead. I don't know if you saw it before, but yeah, it shows my forehead. French? What French? Huh? What? No, I meant fringe. I'm sorry, you didn't mean French. The fringe. Fringe. How do fringe? Fringe, yes. Hello. Why are you saying hello, Schnibble? Why? Also, you wanna play Battlefield? I'm gonna play Battlefield after yapping. I'm gonna play Battlefield. Who wanna join Battlefield? Who wanna join Battlefield? Who wanna game Battlefield? Wanna game Battlefield? Battlefielder? The Battlefielder? Who wanna game the Battlefielder? We're gonna play the Battlefielder. Yes, we're gonna play the Battlefielder. Hmm. Hmm. Ah. Ballfield? No, that's you. That's the Zoroj. Battlefield. Battlefield says none. Are you streaming on TikTok, by the way? No, if I'm playing Battlefield, nah. But later I will stream on TikTok for the next game. I don't know what game that is yet. Oh. But I will be going live on TikTok after that. Yes. I will stream later on a TikTok ko, on a TikTok ko, after Battlefield Gaming. Bananachi, do you play the Omamusume? I don't, but I know the characters. I'm a big Tokai Teo and a Silent Suzuka fan. I also like Gold Ship and Urara Haru Urara. Yeah. I don't play gacha. Yeah, that's true. Zoinks is right. I don't play gacha because as soon as I play one, I'ma be addicted. No one's addicted in his household. No one. But yeah, I do play Battlefield and I'm so addicted to it. No one's addicted. I mean, no one's addicted. Um, um, I'm also. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Snowball, for gifting me Battlefield Pass. A big happy. A big happy. I got it. I got it like last week. Was it last week? Yeah, he gifted me Battlefield, and also, Zoinks, thank you for gifting me Yap Yap. I might actually game it with the homies when they're free. I got invited by. Actually, I was invited last week. Was it? Or just this weekdays? This week. Was it on Monday or Tuesday that I got invited? Suck. I got invited by Papaya and Zoro and Yuki to play Yap Yap, but unfortunately I was like too busy with work. I wanted to game with them though, but yeah, man. A plug. So yeah, I want to play Yap Yap. I'm excited to play it. I've been seeing a lot of stuff about it. So yeah. When I get the chance to play with the homies, I will game the game. What's Yap Yap? It's when Yap Yap. I mean, it depends, Zara. You do have Yap Yap though. So yeah, I do want to play Yap Yap. I haven't tried playing it yet. I haven't even installed it. But yeah, don't let Zoro play. Zoro sucks. Yeah, that's true. Oh my god, Zoro sucks. Yeah, yeah. Zoro stinky. Yap Yap, it's not really a collecting type of thing. It's more of like a destroying type of thing. and you encounter monsters and you can kill them or hurt them by using your spells and the wands. And in order to use the spells, you will have to yap the word or the word for it. Hi, General. Oh my god. Hi. Hello. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Good morning, good evening, hello. How is everyone? Good morning, good evening. Is everyone hydrated? Has everyone eaten already? You should have eaten already. Okay. If you don't got anything to yap, we will be opening the battlefield. Gross. Wow, okay, you cat covered in Vegemite. What's a Vegemite? What's a Vegemite? Ugh. What, why you ughing? Shadow. Oh, Shadow, you want to play Battlefield? I opening Battlefield. I playing Battlefield. You don't know what it is? I don't know. What's a Vegemite? Some Aussie. Oh, it's an Aussie food. Oh, Australian. Ooh. Playing marathon beta with Jack. Oh yeah, I remember Jack mentioning that on one of the general chat, I guess, in the server. Yeah, you should eat it for Donothon. Oh my goodness, I don't know where am I gonna get that though. I'm trying to avoid stuff that will make me spend more money. The only thing that I'm willing to spend money is merch and the stuff that I can use on the stream, which is like uh, the the bracelet kit and the diamond painting kit. And the merch is like a side stuff. You donated a cup of play. Nice. Aussie yeast spread. It's a yeast? What? I don't know if I could eat the yeast. Like yeast? Really? Edible? Without cooking? Yeast is a bacteria, right? You should make Zaro eat mango with bago. Oh my goodness. Speaking of mango with bagong, I'm craving one. Oh my god. I want some mango with bagong. Oh my god. Oh, so good. Never had a mango. What? Shadow, you never had mango? Oh my god, you're missing out on life. You are missing out on life, like big missing out on life, bruh. Zoro isn't strong enough to handle bagoong. Yeah, true. You know why? Coffee? Because the bagoong smells so good compared to Zoro. Zoro is too stinky. Zoro is stinkier than the bagoong. Bagoong is it's a kind of a dip, some sort like that. Wait, let me try and Google it. Oh, wow. Bagoong. Here you go. Let me show y'all. So it says bagong is a Filipino condiment made from fermented salted fish or a fermented small shrimp or krill. So one is called bagoong isda and another is called bagoong alamang. So alamang, it's usually the bagoong alamang that is used with the mango. So it's very salty and it's very umami rich flavor, yeah. And it's also used for dishes like kare-kare, pinakbet. So aside from mango and stuff, it's like, yes. This is what it looks like. It looks like these when cooked. And also it depends on like the differences, different stuff. Like you could see you see those small black specks there. That's shrimp eyes, the eyes of the shrimp. But it's so small, is you can barely like see it. That's why you can eat it by that, just like that. And also, it smells very very fishy. It has a very strong stench, very strong smell. Other people that are not used to the fishy smell will hate it. Uh, Yeast are microorganism. It's in most bread, so you probably eat it often. The thing is, I don't eat bread that often because I'm acidic. Bagong alamang is more popular overseas. Well, that's true, I guess, especially in Asia. Even in Thailand, bagong is like very, very well known. I think I had fermented fish sauce in a dish before. Oh, fish sauce is a fermented, yeah, fermented fish. And they only extracted like the liquid from it. So it's kind of like that. So if you like extract the liquid from the bagoong alamang or bagoong isda, it could like be on par with fish sauce, like patis. I call it patis. It looks interesting though, yeah. You pound the shrimp with salt, then let it ferment in the sun, and the whole neighborhood will know if you open the jar. Yeah, that's true. But I like it. I like bagong. I always have a bagong in my fridge. Okay, let me go to the gaming scene where we're doing a battlefielder. Battlefielder. We're not addicted, trust. Battlefield gaming. Who wanna join? Who wanna join? Just join. Just join. Schnibble, come to the VC, I guess, if you wanna join. Please, please. We're gonna join. We're gonna play. We're gonna play. Yes. Where's the Discord audio? Schnibble? There we go. Hello.
I'm Snubble.
You're the Schnabble. Yes. They all hear you. They hear the Schnabble.
That's me.
Yes, that's you. That's you. Hey.
Hello.
Yes. Hello. Oh my god, you're big.
Why?
Why you big?
Good question. I can
Why are you
answer
so
that.
big? Okay. I join, I guess. I haven't done my dailies yet, so that's why I
Nice,
wanna
me
do
neither.
Battlefield first. That's why I wanna do Battlefield first before going to other games because dailies. Support with DMRs. Ugh, disgusting.
I also have support with DMR. What the fuck?
Why?
I hate
Why?
DMR so much.
I hate Dilmar. Why?
Yeah, what can you do?
You pound the shrimp with salt and from. Oh, I already read that. But this is best fish sauce. 11 out of 10 for real. That's true. Oh my god, I like patis. Oh my god. But DMR is fun. It's fun in Fate Trigger, but not in Battlefield.
I thought the same.
Sniper rifle in Fate Trigger sucks. DMR in Fate Trigger, yes. Sniper rifle in Battlefield, yes. DMR in Battlefield, no.
No.
Like, disgusting. Whoever invented that shit in Battlefield, disgusting. I don't know why people play DMR here. Oh shit, I forgot to change. Banana, she hate me because I hate DMR now. I go cry. No, don't cry, Coffee. I like DMRs and Fate Trigger. No worry, not in Battlefield
Yeah,
though.
that's good enough.
DMR. I game. Abo.
Do we game?
Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! At least I boop. What? I didn't boop anyone? Dankeschön.
Of course. Oh fuck.
Welcome back. I pick you up
Thank
this
you.
time. Ish. Bah. Da. 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 Oh wait, did I set the game? Fuck. Oh yeah, but
Oh, good question. I didn't.
it says set game. My battlefield. There we go. I forgot. I forgot. Anyway. Gaming. Oh, wow. Oh my god, there's a lot of them. Oh my goodness. I'm going. I'm going for you. Duh, duh. I boo. Welcome back. Oh my goodness. So hard to kill with DMRs. Wow.
It is. I'm still
Why
at 0
am I
kills.
here just to suffer?
That is just the wrong map for DMRs, man.
Yeah, same. Oh my goodness. Why did they invent DMRs? In Battlefield. DMR is such a blessing in Fate Trigger. I like DMRs.
Yeah, because we have like all these open wide fields, right? But like, you don't really have.
And
them
also it's
on
more
certain maps
stable,
here.
like compared to the other stuff. Until what time you're gonna
Oh, yeah,
be up?
I don't know, maybe like an hour. I mean, no work tomorrow,
No.
so
Yeah, but you woke up early, so I'm like, And also you went to work, so.
it's okay.
And
Oh, work was so chaotic. I swear
yeah,
to
you
God.
mentioned how did it become chaos, like his mansion.
It's
Yeah?
chaos mentioned. I went to work. I was like,
Yeah,
I want to start my machine basically,
yeah.
and it just wouldn't turn on.
Oh no.
And I checked everything, and I'm like, okay, why isn't this working? It should work. It always works.
But it
And
never worked.
I check
Oh
everything. I
no.
go around the entire thing. I see everything is on, nothing is weird, but like the machine tells me I can't turn it on because like there's an emergency on thing. Okay, what? So, and I ask a colleague, and he checks
Yeah?
like, the electrical box of the machine, and he says everything looks nice. Then
Yeah?
then he calls like the big man, like the repair guy.
Yeah?
And he goes there and checks it out, and it's like changing a thing on the like on the energy box thingy of the machine. And he's like, hey, it's still not working. I have no idea what's happening. Let's call someone from electrical, I guess. And the fourth person already came. Like, everyone was struggling. Like, no one had any idea what's happening. Like, 3 hours later. No
Yeah.
joke, it took 3 hours. It was just
Oh
an error you had
no.
to press away. I swear to God,
What?
I have no idea what this shit was. All they had to do was like, oh, error, ignore the error. It would have been done. It took so long. And we had to like turn up the old machine, which was slower and worse. And was such a bother, and I was just happy it was running again.
Yeah, glad it got fixed.
Yeah. The thing with the old machine is you always have to stand in front of it and put the cutouts in. And it's so loud. It's always hammering in your ears.
Bruh. Oh my good. Ah, the tree fell in front of me. Buh. Buh. The buh. No. Buh. What the fuck?
I asked that myself so many times.
There's a person here. Oh my god, there's a lot of them.
Yeah. At least we got the sector finally.
Yeah.
Struggle.
Struggle.
E.
Gaming. Wait. Oh, I forgot.
Friday, yeah.
It was
What's
chill
the
at
then
first. Yeah, it was chill at
Oh,
first. And then as
Then
soon
at
as I
the
hit
end,
the stream button, I'm like, bruh.
everyone knew like, oh yeah, she
They
gets
were like,
tons of
oh. They're like, oh, you're
She won.
chilling.
Oh.
You're chilling, huh? You're streaming, huh? Give you work. And it needs to be done ASAP. And I'm like, why?
That's sick. I need it, and I need it yesterday. Oh, sure, of course. Sure.
The thing is, like, they emailed me about it. Like they mentioned it 1 hour.
Yeah.
Yes, they emailed it 1 hour. After an hour, they emailed my not supervisor, like the manager from the client manager for help, and then they're saying it's urgent. Then, of course, because of that, my manager, the client manager, just DM me and like, oh, this person sent an email, they wanted done ASAP, they said it's very important and stuff. And when I checked it, it was like, bruh, you could have dealt with it later or tomorrow. Why is this so ASAP, man? Everything is urgent, even though it's not really urgent. They're making it like a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, that's how these companies work, sadly.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's work, so I gotta
Hello.
deal with it. Oh, the hello. Mwah. Where the?
What?
The. What? Who killed you?
He's
No.
right there. I tagged him.
B- b-
That looked so wild from my point of view. How you were like jumping down and breaking your legs and
yeah.
ragdoll everywhere.
I just like jumped down, kept on jumping and jumping, but I guess it was so delayed they could just like aim at me
Yeah, you died
properly.
mid-air and then your models start to like ragdoll.
yeah. Oh, I'm in tank. I'm in tank.
Tank.
Tank moment. Oh my god. Bro left me. What the fuck? I see. Are you done?
Damn, everyone dying. First floor. That is wild.
Eh. Oh my
That was
god,
not a rocket
another
launcher.
one. Oh, ah! Why is it fucking glitching? Oh my god! I don't see the mines. Is it a mine or something else? I don't know. Oh my god. Anyway. Bruh. Bruh. No! I got booked. Oh my god. I don't want to read that name.
Which one?
The one who killed me. I don't want to read that name. It's scary. I'm scared. I'm near A. Aba! Ah!
Oh yeah, burning.
Gaming!
Nice.
Frag out! Oh my god, there's a person on the second floor. Thank you. Mission. Thank you. Oh my. Oh, why? Why would you do that? Why? Why?
I got my 10 kills, goddamn.
Oh my god, I don't have any.
Crazy.
I'm gonna cry.
We gonna
How are you doing it? It's so hard to aim.
good ping. We just playing
Nice.
with ping. Easy. Easy.
What the?
Oh,
Duh, buh.
how the fuck did I kill him with momentum? And what? Is this real life? I don't know.
Oh my god, this is so chaotic. Oh my god! Chaos Mansion. Did you eat din din already? What was for din din?
Yes. I eat eggu. Scrambled
Eggu.
eggu.
Eggu. I also had scrambled eggu.
Yummy.
I also had scrambled
Classic.
eggu, but with pasta. I
I
had
can
this
imagine
truffle
that sounds
pasta
nice.
that I ordered the other day. And I didn't eat all of it, so I'm like, I'll eat it another day. And earlier I ate it.
Nice.
I like truffle pasta a lot. Oh, I got one kill with my DMR. I said to do 9 more. Where? Where am I gonna do that? But I think I got the other stuff, which is the
Oh, I didn't know that
support
the
one.
Battlefield Pro Season 1 things were still available when you have the
Yeah, it's
Pro
still
Pass.
available.
What is
I'm
cool.
I wanted to like rush that one, honestly.
It's like 5 items as a pro player, basically.
Yeah.
I
I
thought they
wanna
were
try
limited
and
for
rush
only
it.
like the first season. But it's nice.
Yeah. It's
Oh, finally can
nice.
take off that stupid DMR, goddamn.
Aww. I'm suffering. I'll probably be in DMR for the next two more games. Cause I'm gonna have some problems killing people with DMR. Eh? Bruh didn't even wait.
Yeah, I changed my
Oh
weapon.
my god. Hello. I guess
Hello.
we're running together.
Yes.
Run! Gotta do the
No idea what I'm
cardio.
doing. That's
Wow, we
true.
just work here.
What people say at war.
Doesn't work like
I got a
that,
friend
man.
request? Sir Velis. Who's that?
On one.
Why did he send me a
Where?
freaking... Huh?
Where? On Battlefield?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Oh, you're not a
I don't know.
fan, I see.
I know. I don't know, man.
Wow,
Something's
famous.
bad. No one
What
but
do you mean,
famous.
me, Cosmic? Are you that person, Cosmic? What? Wait, it's Cosmic. Cosmic added you. He
Oh,
just said it.
okay.
Said it was him.
Cool.
Ow!
Why didn't you add Battlefield? Oh my god.
Did you
Haha.
buy it just
Like,
now?
oh my god. There's so much happening. A is such a cluster show. What the hell?
Oh. Oh no. I'm passing out.
No, no, no.
I'm shy. I don't know. Suddenly went a bit deeper. But I don't want to eat though. Ooh, that's a lot of boops. Nice. Ah!
Damn. Unstoppable. Quad kill. Okay, I'm dead.
Wow, Schnibble Gaming.
I just ran into that little dugout and just like shot everywhere and killed like 4 people.
Gaming. Hello. Owie.
Shit.
I knew you had my back.
Okay, we're kinda getting B, I guess.
Kinda.
Oh my god. B is so
Oh my
bad
god.
right now. Everyone is dying. But we got it anyway. It's crazy. Oh. Good morning, Nachi.
What? I'm alive. I'm
It has been
passing out.
4 years. You're finally awake.
I'm awake. Oh my god. That's new. I'm tank. I'm tank.
That's what someone says waking up.
Suck. Oh my goodness. I'm tank. Me passing out while driving a tank.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's new.
very, very normal.
Oh my god.
Oh no, not the EPs.
It's gonna be haunting me for the next 10 minutes. What? I didn't hit it?
Oh my god!
Oh my god, armor. Bah,
Some sleep.
no. Bah. God. Good. Mm. Stretch a bit. Oh, two. And then I do some. Oh my god. I have to drink my tea to wake up. Suck. Thank you, Cosmic. Kirby, no. Don't need the gun.
He eats the gun. He's hungry.
Kirby, why gun? Hungry.
Kirby, don't put the gun in your mouth.
Lizard, lizard, lizard. Thank you, Cosmic. Oh my
Oh, you
god.
sound so sleepy.
Oh, suddenly getting very eepy. Suck.
Damn, I think you need some sleep.
No, no sleeping in this household.
Huh? But, I mean, you know.
I just need something to wake me up. I brew tea, I guess.
Fruity.
After game, yeah, I brew tea. I broke my leg, god damn it.
Do it!
Do it!
Just
Do
it!
it!
Ooh.
Objective marked. We need you supporting the attack.
Okay, I'll go to the kitchen. Real quick.
Okay. Until later.
We spotted an enemy sniper to your east.
targeting Alpha. Our forces have neutralized Alpha.
Okay. I'm back.
Hello.
I got some chocolate and the jelly ice cream.
Nice.
Oh my god, I'm sorry for the burps.
Burpee.
A Barbie. I'm back. Oh no, there's gonna be ad.
We are targeting objective Bravo.
Oh, did I snooze it earlier? I only have one remaining. Or did it auto snooze? Maybe. Once
What?
the ad break.
Oh, the ad. Oh no, I snoozed them
Oh.
because you were snoozing yourself.
Yeah, the good one. The good shit.
No problem. We won.
Wait, what? We won already?
Yeah.
Did I even have a kill? I only had one kill.
The
Kuchibauer.
Kuchelbauer.
Kuche?
It's like a name. It's Bauer means like farm. And Kuchel, no idea. I don't know what Kuchel means. Sounds weird.
Oh, it's just like her highest name. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, highest name is like Raybawa. Raybawa
Yeah,
means
Bauer is
farm.
basically farmer, basically.
Oh. Oh. Then Ray, what's Ray?
Ray. No idea.
Maybe a name or something, I guess. A farm name.
I mean, we also say Bauer to someone who is like kinda dumb. It's also like a very light insult, basically. Like peasant or something like that.
That means I'm a bow.
No.
But I'm a yes.
No.
I'm a stupid.
No.
Nine doch. Doch.
No. No.
Doch. Doch.
No.
Doch.
No.
Doch.
Oh yo.
Oyo. Oyo. Na oyo.
Oh, yo.
Oyo. Na oyo.
What makes a good Oreo?
Is a oyo. Oyo. Oyo.
Oreo.
Oyo. I miss the jelly tongue. Wait for me! I'm in. Oh, you're also in the back.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Where are we going?
Yes.
We're just hanging in here. Oh, yeah? Oh.
Guess we go. No.
I go snipe. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god, it's like raining bullets here and there.
Yes. Just breakthrough moments. They don't know I'm here.
Nobody's gonna know. Ooh.
Why am I still alive? What the hell? I'm freaking sneaking around the main base like crazy, and I get like 4 kills, and I'm like, how do they know? How did they not see me? Like, huh? This shouldn't be
You're
possible.
camouflaged.
No idea how.
Still tracking enemies inside the sector. Wipe them out.
What?
Attack next sector and secure the enemy positions. Objective marked. Troops supporting the attack.
Hold on, I'm hearing something.
We.
We're targeting objective Bravo.
I'm back. La, 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 la. I'm back. Hello. I'm normal, I swear.
Oh yeah. Me too.
We are attacking objective Bravo.
Oh, I don't have snooze anymore.
Yeah, that's
Support on the marked objective.
already
Okay.
used.
We already?
Just a bit, but not much.
My IPA came to you.
Yeah. You transferred it.
I'm sorry.
No
I didn't want to share it.
I mean, I'm awake already for like 17 hours.
Yeah, oh my god,
So it has to
yeah.
happen.
Yeah. And you've been working for quite a long time too.
Yeah, things work. But hey, weekend.
Yeah.
Okay, gang. See you after the ads. Don't slip.
Stay hydrated, y'all.
Get glued.
Get glued there.
Glued.
I'm gonna miss the toilet queen in May. Oh. Aww. We still have like a lot of time with her, don't worry. Oh yo. Oh yo.
Oh,
Oh yo. Oh, this was the legendary spot. The one where the clip I believe I can fly was born.
oh, okay.
Ow! Oh my god. He slashed me. Now I sip from my tea.
Bravo neutralized.
Ah, so good. Warm tea, good.
Oh my
Whoever-
god, I saw that.
Our teammate
was
would
you.
be like, what the fuck is this driver doing? What the fuck is this teammate doing?
Doing her
He's
best.
probably pissed. Like, what the fuck is this driving, man? It's so disgusting. Oh, I killed someone.
Good. Wait, did it
Why
drive
did I
over
give up?
someone?
I drive over someone. That was so chaotic. You should been
Oh, we...
It was so funny though.
I didn't see it. I have to check it out in the mod later.
Like, what? Our teammates probably like, why are you going in? There's so many people. But I still went in. And then I saw him fly away. He flew away. It was so funny though. I'm in tank? Oh, there we go. I gotta breathe after that shit. Oh, I almost got him. Oh, I got a kill with Denmark from that one. Very nice. Ow.
We take those.
What the fuck are those? The fucking names of our enemies. Jason and the Laggernauts. The other is Old Stumps, Lord of the Trenches. The other is Weapon Experiment Design 462A.
Oh, yeah. The famous one, I guess.
The other is Humor Loser Electricer. The
Oh,
fuck is
it
the
means-
name?
It means humorless electrician.
What? Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a German name. I see. We got a German. We got a German in the German map. Oh, 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 oh. That's good.
I mean, it is a Europe server, and Germans are like the fourth
They
biggest
chilling
gaming
right
nation
now.
worldwide or something. I don't know. Germans are very big with gaming. So yeah, every big game has a lot of Germans in it. And we are sorry for that.
No. Why are you sorry for it? Nah. Ah, the. Ow. Don't want to book me. Man. Welcome back from the ads. I don't know if I even give ads, honestly. Most of the
Neither.
people say they don't get ads.
That's good.
Oh, General, thank you for the contribution. Oh my god. Ah, aba, da, ow. That's crazy. A tea, a warm tea. Okay. Now I can move. Oh my god, there's a lot of people in there. No! Can I go in? No.
Käseraptor.
Bah, ada. Wah. Oh my god, no! I just see you fly. No.
I'm dead.
You're dead.
Hey, hello, Chloe. Jump into Battlefield now.
Is that the claw? Halloween claw. Halloween. Brokey. Yeah. It's 36. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's fucking hard. Oh no. Can't even game if wanted. Oh, that sucks.
What
Yeah,
happened?
we should
Is it
play
the
some
driver's
Fate
fault?
Twiga one day. One day. Also, no AC? Or do some lifting.
Yeah.
Do some lifting. Maybe lifting can help opening windows or something. My god, it's always smoky in that area. think
Classic. I
the
mean,
people who built the
we will-
house said we needed a heater in Cali. Oh my goodness. That's crazy.
in probably
though.
like 30 years, we probably don't need any heaters anymore.
Yeah, it's gonna be hot and everywhere. We're gonna need AC everywhere.
Yeah,
And the
will be a
AC's
must,
gonna make
probably.
the environment more hotter.
Yeah,
Because carbon
great.
gases, why not?
what a nice time to be alive.
Tried running Fate triggered my laptop was stacked from not having enough memory. Oh no! That sucks. I hope you'll be able to play it one day. Oh my goodness.
Tomorrow we'll probably start a new Resident Evil.
Oh yeah, I've been seeing a lot of a lot of players doing it right now. A lot of streamers. Even my Oshi was doing it. He was streaming 6 hours of the Resident Evil 9 earlier, and I'm like,
Very
oh
nice.
man, I wish I could too.
I hope it's a good Resident Evil. I mean, it is probably a good Resident Evil. They pretty well, they were pretty
Yeah,
good like the last 5 games, so
they even
yeah.
made it a day. People were saying Happy
Oh,
Resident
please,
Evil
please.
Day. What the fuck?
Damn. Didn't know that's a day.
Yeah, gamers made it a day. It's crazy. Aba, ada, aba, ada, ada. I'm down to play Fate Trigger with you guys the day after tomorrow. Close. We're like, let's go. This tomorrow is gonna be hot as hell. Oh no. Stay hydrated though. Stay chill. Stay hydrated. Not sure, Snowball. You guys gonna play NTE? What's NTE?
Neverness to Everness or something. It's like a new gacha thingy.
Oh, probably Snubble. I don't know. Are you gonna play it,
Probably
Snubble?
not.
No.
I'm playing like 4 gachas right
Yeah.
now. I don't know, man. Honestly, I'm good with Nova right now. It's like
You're
it
not gonna
pushes all
play
the buttons for
anymore.
me.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Today I pulled for Vina, the new Vina in Dolphin Wave.
Oh, you got a new one? Nice. Nicola!
And I also got like her jet partner.
Hello. Hello. How is everyone? Hello. What do you mean you don't want to play anime GTA with big tit women?
It is
Classical.
GTA, I don't believe you.
but it has big titties. The big
I mean,
titties.
I see where you're coming from.
Ow.
Can't deny
Oh
that
my
argument, but you know,
I'm burning. I'm
there's a
burning.
limit to everything. Yeah, Chloe, I know.
The pretty vampire butterfly wife. The tubby
Just a
wife.
single one.
It is big tit women, not tits, just tit. A single tit. What?
Did she had like breast cancer? I don't understand.
Why only one tit though? That's crazy. Anime woman with a single tit. Oh. Okay. I'm a go sleep na go see na. Good night, miss. Thank you for hanging out. I know it's very late for you. Sleep well, missed. I kind of just yoinked you into the harem. I realized I didn't even ask. No, it's okay. I like it. Me like it. Me like it. Me like it. A tabby wife. Mama. I've been yoinked into Rose's harem too. I've been like a Rose wife too. I'm like wife. I don't know if Lyra will call me to her harem, but I call her princess for now. Like, I'm a princess. And she liked it. Oh my god. Tanks here and there everywhere. Oh my goodness. Spoiler for the new Resident Evil game. There is no anime big tit. Oh man! Oh man! There should be, honestly. There should be.
Flo thinks I only play games with big tits. I'm kinda
I mean, if I see Lady Dimitrescu, I'm a goon.
I see.
I'm normal. I'm normal.
Very normal.
My days. No. Big tank. Big tank. Big tank right there. Bro, move. We're being targeted by the tank. Oh, and you decide to move forward. That's crazy. Yeah, we're gonna get yeeted, bruh.
I guess like Resident Evil 8 is as fan servicey as we ever get like this. I can't imagine more fan service than Resident Evil. It's just not possible.
Resident Evil big tit. That's Mama D was done so much. Oh yeah. There's a lot of stuff with that. It's so hard to aim, god damn it. Oh my god, there was like even I remember there was like even a mod where you could spank Dimitrescu.
There
With
was
the
something
fly.
like that. That's crazy.
Yeah. With the fly.
Didn't know that.
With the fly. No,
Sweeper?
a sweeper, a fly sweeper.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, what the? Why would you
I
do
mean,
the
sure,
very
whatever.
dirty like that? Speaking of hot women, I've been wanting to play Tomb Raider again, but install full play naked mods. What?
Just enclose things, I guess.
Classic Chloe. Yep. She's back, you guys. Chloe is
she is.
back. Chloe
understand.
is back 100%. Hell yeah. Gotta have that Tomb Raider piss, you know. This is on you, meow. Oh my goodness, that was a moving kill. Hell yeah. Come on, just give me more kills. Based. Listen, the Tomb Raider games, the modern ones are my faves. Now to jerk off
Honestly,
while playing. What? Yeah, classic.
Honestly, the like the first remake was really good. What was the second game after that? Shadow of the Tomb Raider or something? Was also pretty good. I never played anything after that, but like the remakes were really good. I agree.
Haven't played one, but I know it because of the movie. Angelina Jolie gotta be goated on that.
Probably, yeah.
Tomb Raider games try not to come while playing. Classic.
Yeah,
Classic.
I see. I'm a winner on that category.
Imagine buying Tomb Raider just for the whammon, not for the action.
Honestly, back in the day, I swear to God,
Yeah.
when she was
Jorkin
like all,
are.
when she
Just
was all
jorking
like
it.
edgy and stuff, people were like, "Oh my God, game, booby,
Booby
ooh."
gaming.
And they were playing it because of that.
That's true. Fuck it, I'm installing Tomb Raider 2013.
Yeah.
Oh boy. If you're Oh, thank you for the hit. Cola, mama. Am I still nude porn big vortit mods? What? Damn. Big tit mods is crazy.
normal.
Just close things.
Just close things.
No. Oh. Badam bam badam bam. Wait for us. There we go. Ah. Hello, I saw you jumping running. Oh, you got it. Oh, it left me. Well, at least I have a chance to snipe in this space. Now this is the sniping map. Oh boy, I like this map. What the fuck? Other anti-streamings are doing two things. Oh boy. I know there's a mod that makes Lara Croft thick as hell like chubby. Wait, really? Damn. I think they tried all of the mods with Lara Croft, honestly.
Oh yeah, Lara Croft is like, yeah,
One of like the
the OG.
OG. Yeah, the OG.
That kind of thing.
OG Gunnar material or something.
I remember back in the day when the PlayStation, the first PlayStation game came out, and everyone was like, "Hey, did you know when you do these wild things and this and that and like press the left joy something, you can like for 2 hours you can like get her naked and stuff like that."
That's crazy. The dedication.
Yeah,
Insane dedication.
they were like inventing weird cheat codes in their heads, so they.
There's some
they
mod
can,
where
like-
she's a fucking ball. How do you know this cumball? I guess you're cumball now.
You know, I'm an old person. I've seen many things.
Fucking jammers can't do one hit. This is why I hate it. Can't even one shot kill a person here.
That was a kill.
Oh, I wish I... Oh, please let me finish DMR kills here.
What
On
is
this
2 days
map.
tomorrow? Please explain these time frames to me. I
2
don't
days
understand.
tomorrow.
I need your help. Please, please, I need to understand.
Eblain. You gotta Eblain.
Uwu?
The ooh.
Yeah, sure. What can I do for you, Chloe? What can I do for you?
My god.
Hey, we got a.
You got a...
Now we can run to next A. Ooh.
Okay. Oh my god, hi Joe! Hello! Bonjour! How are you? Good morning! Oh my goodness. How are they able to see me there? I'm excited. Bonjour! How are you? How are you? Good morning. I swear every time I go live and open my Twitch, like if I'm late when you stream, Huh? If I'm late when you stream, when I open my Twitch, you always come up first. It's okay. I'm good as well.
Aren't
I'm
you
good as well.
famous?
Hope you have it. No, 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 no. That's
Very
not true.
famous.
No lying in this household. No,
will
no one's,
lie.
no lying in this
I will
household.
lie the truth.
No, that's
Puppies, please.
contradicting. Oh no. Klo asked the AI.
Yeah? Please explain
Yeah.
that to me. AI Nachi.
Okay,
I need to
okay.
know.
Let's listen to it. Let's listen to it.
Enclo asked me, "Can you explain to Snowball how Snowball was born 2 days before the day yesterday, while it happened tomorrow's yesterday in a week before the Sunday?" Ah, let me try to unravel this brain rot. So, if Snowball was born 2 days before the day yesterday, it means Snowball was born 3 days ago. If that happened tomorrow's yesterday, in a week before Sunday, we're looking at a Saturday timeline. So basically, Snowball was born on a Thursday, in a week before the upcoming Sunday. Phew, time travel is wild.
Wow, you're a time traveler.
Yeah.
Suck.
I have no idea how I do that. But I do that. Yeah, I'm sorry,
Class.
Flo. I couldn't wrap my head around it. I'm very sorry about it.
Ad, boop,
Thank you.
boop, the boop,
Oh,
boop, 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 boop.
I hate the.
Boop. You hate the what? The French?
Yes. Yes.
Hating
Finally,
on
someone
them
understands
French.
me.
Oh my god, I can't hit them one. Finally, oh my god. Just one more. Based hating the French like a true fake German.
The fake German
Damn.
allegations are kind of funny. Please tell me why I'm not a real German. No, please tell me again. I wanna hear that. It would make me very happy.
Big hubby. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow, I can't hide it. I can't hide here, bruh. And there we go. It's a good hiding spot, hopefully.
That's true, I'm not from a Vienna sausage.
You're not a Vienna sauce. Okay, okay.
Can agree on that, yeah.
Ooh! No, they're they found me. Curb. Curb, no, don't eat. No, no, no. No. No, Kirby, no.
Oh my god,
No.
A is so chaotic.
His mansion.
Okay, A is getting taken. That's good.
His mansion.
Ooh boy. Why
Oh
RPGs?
my god.
I'm just a humble little guy.
Nice. Oh my god, I'm finally done with DMR kills.
Oh, how many games has it been? Goddamn.
4?
Okay.
I'm finally done with my DMR kills.
That's wild.
I can finally go to engineer stuff. Yeah, I'm done with my dailies now.
No.
Oh, did you get the new game? The new free games today?
Oh yeah, I
New
did.
free games.
Oh, I'm dead.
We like free games.
Yeah. I will
Well,
collect them and never play them.
true, true. A free game is a free game.
True words.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hell yeah. Okay. Now I go for the.
don't shoot me, I'm just...
No, 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 Sniffer. No, 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 Sniffer. Is that the bat? Hi, bat. Oh my god, hello. Hi, bat. Who was you to die? Wait, are you still at work? Aren't you still at work? Damn. Watch out for the sniffer sniper. Oh no. Not the sniffer sniper. I'm scared.
That's what they called me at high school. What?
What?
Huh?
What? What? I'll try to get you. I'll try. I don't guarantee, but I'll try.
Oh boy!
Oh my
Thank you.
goodness.
No idea how this worked.
Yes, oh no.
Gotta...
Be safe, stay hydrated, bat. Owie! I've always been curious of Battlefield. You gotta get it. You gotta get it. Ah, you gotta get it.
One of us. One of us. One of us.
Yeah.
One of us. What?
Get it. Not addicted. Oh, bat. If we get it, we can play it with Doc. Battlefield, great game. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Truer than true. Oh my goodness, like, bruh. I'm not addicted, but this is so good. No one's addicted. Oh, you're hiding.
Yeah, I agree.
What?
I agree.
Oh, he was under?
The last
Battlefield with big anime.
And
There's a
gotcha
game like
system.
that? Oh my god. I'ma be happy.
You
Is
get,
there
like,
even a game like
anime
that?
mommy skins.
Ow! No!
And every Battlefield player would like go crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
If that would happen, the community would be so like freaking angry.
Oh, oh.
Keg
Ah,
glued.
no! You don't get to do that to me, man. I gotta do this shit, man. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ow, 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 ow. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. I have a
Then
game
will
on
that
my
one again?
Steam that isn't on Steam anymore. I see. That shit came out before Snowball was born. I shall think on it or wait till it goes on sale. Yeah, it goes on sale occasionally now. I've been seeing
Oh
it
yeah, like
ongoing
30,
on sale.
35% around
Yeah.
30. It has a battle pass, but it has a few free items on it.
I could grind it.
Like,
Season 1 I just grinded normally.
you mean like the free stuff?
Yeah, the free stuff. Only the free stuff. I'll try to catch up the season pass for season 1 while it's still there. Ever since you gave me the
Oh yeah, that's like the
season
main
2.
attraction about Battlefield, like these big maps with like 128 players and everything was just like kind of chaotic.
Big team slayer stuff. Yeah, it differs. There's small maps, there's big maps, and like the physics good, honestly. And there's a lot
The
more
map they added
demolitions.
is pretty decent. It has like a lot of variety, especially like
Yeah.
dugouts and mountains and bunkers. And it's really good.
Oh my goodness. Ah, I'm burning. Fuck you. Come here. I heal you. I heal you, tank. Come here.
2 more sectors.
Heal. I need more tank heals. Unlimited heals. Let's go. It's still buggy, but I mean, it benefits me. No, somebody damaged it. Oh, I'm gonna have problems. Oh, yeah, the bug continues. The bug continues. Hell yeah.
What is good, Nacho Breezy?
What is good, Nacho Breezy? Isn't that
Nacho Breezy?
the lunar? The K. Oh my god, that's a Frenchman.
Hi, Gigi, honey.
The wife. The wife.
Halloween.
There's a glow.
Hello there.
The high. Oh my god, I miss high. Oh, that's
Yeah,
me.
needs more high.
Hanya tea.
There's a glow.
Hello, hello. What's up?
Oh, that's a GT.
Hi, Naki.
Oh, that's Ken. Yeah, I should add more.
Yes. Rose needs a line too.
More friend lines for the high redeem. I need more. No! No! Oh my god, I'm under it. No! I'm under it. Ah, help me, I'm stuck. Oh my god. Never help
I have
me.
no idea what's happening.
I'm under the
Let's
tank.
go.
Oh my god. Hello, hello, what's
Oh
up?
my
That's
god.
GT. Yeah. You were to scroll by multiple characters in a PS2 racing game. Yeah, that's GT. Before he had like that scuffed microphone, that's why. How do I get out of this shit, man? I'll try to my best. Like explode myself. I exploded it. Oh my goodness. I was able to go
that's
out,
a-
but man. I should record a hello video for you with the corpses. Didn't you do that for me already? The yo, what's up, baby girl? You already did that for me. Yeah, it's already. Yeah, it's in there. Hold on, let me play it for you. Let me play it for you. The. Yo, what's up, baby girl? That one. Where is it? Hi.
Hi,
Man.
Nachi.
Oh,
Hello.
the schnibble. This is the one you recorded, Chloe.
Yo, what's up, baby girl?
Yo, what's up, baby girl? That is so ugly. But that's you. You recorded it. You recorded it. I should ask the other group as well. I wanna ask Papaya, back, Nicola, Lara, Rose, and Doc. Where Noke? Noke is here. Hold on.
Does Shadow
I
have
think
one?
yeah, Noke has two. This is Noke 1,
Hello, Nyachi.
I mean Shadow.
and then this one is Noke
Nyacho
2.
B pussy. Hello, Nyachi. Nyacho B pussy.
Yeah, that's the two he recorded for me. Not be pussy. Classic. Okay.
So does Shadow have one?
Shadow doesn't. I think. No, he doesn't have it yet. I think I should ask Shadow. Yeah, I should ask more now again, like to update this stuff. I want to add more to increase to the pool of the high redeems.
Yes.
Yes. Because I have more friends now, I'm happy. I should ask them to record for me. Ow! Owie! Devious me? I doubt Zoro will record himself though. Zoro is like a stinky potato.
Yeah?
Stinky will never reveal his voice ever. He's never revealed his voice to anyone.
What if we offer him a Whopper?
A what?
A Whopper.
A whopper?
Yeah. What if we offer him a Whopper?
We might.
We could offer him a Whopper. I mean, Whopper is like $5, right? Uwu?
The uwu? Oh my goodness!
Please.
Did you order whopper?
Did you
order whopper?
Did you get Whopper? Did you win Whopper?
We may hear his voice one day. Whoever makes Zoro speak his real voice is like very, very special. That's some big Giga Chad energy there. If oh my god, ow, I tried getting you. I think I can get you. Someone boot me. No. No. Oh, oh, oh no. Ah! Oh my god.
Crazy.
I think Zoro is here. Is Zoro here? Zoro, stinky potato! Zoro, you fucking stinky potato. Fuck you! Fuck you! Zoro. Just summoning Zoro, just like Rot ops to merdappel.
Huh? Excuse me?
Yeah, I what? I just cursed Zoro in his language.
Oh. I see.
Okay, I'm gonna leave my room because it's getting hot again. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, stay hydrated, Chloe.
Play too much Tomb Raider, I might heat up even more, you know.
Yeah. If it
Not
heats
just
up
because
even
of the
more, you
gaming.
can grill something in that room. Thank you so for coming by.
Yes. Thanks for hanging out.
So I shouted the claw. Honestly, I should shout out just everyone. I shout out everyone. I shout out my friends one by one. Hold on. I shout out the claw. I shout out the Yuki. Are you gonna eat more?
Yeah, it's like 1:30 a.m.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the fun games.
Thank you for the fun games.
Thank you for the fun games. It was fun. Mwah. Gute Nacht. Stolz
Nah,
auf
have a fun
dich.
stream. Got
Dankeschön.
this.
Yes, yes.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I'm not EP anymore, so I'm good. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Mwah. Okay. So after I shadowed the ukulele, I shadowed the negola. I shouted the Nicola, and then I shouted the Lara. I shouted the Lara, the Lara Vixen. I shouted the Lara, and then I shouted the who next? Who next? I shouted the Rose. I shouted. I shout out everyone. Okay, and then we go to the male streamers. I shout out the Nebula Lunar BT, was it? Wait, no. Lunar Nebula. Fuck no. It was Lunar Nebula. I'm sorry, Glunar. I'm sorry, Glunar. There we go. That's the Glunar. There we go. And who's the next? Who's the next streamer? Who the next streamer? I can't think of much. Let's do the bat. Let's shadow the bat. I'ma summon the other auntie for sure this time. Good luck, Zoinks. I shout out the dog. I shout out the dog. We shout out everyone. Cause why not? We shout out who else? Bad the dog. Who else? That I always play with. I'm dying. Okay, we've shout out Shadow. Oh yeah, Shadow, did you get affiliate already? I hope you got affiliate already. I heard that Twitch is like being more stricter with the payout setup stuff with when you're newly affiliated. That like they're asking for like Twitch is now asking for your IRL like credential stuff, like your ID and stuff, so they could verify or something your persona before they allow you to get your monetary setup on Twitch when you get affiliate for the first time. That sucks though. I saw it and I'm like, what the fuck? Hashtag media. Wait, what? What's on media? Wait, Cosmic, what did you do? What did you do again? Oh my god, did you edit me again? I'm gonna cry again. Oh no. Ow! That was so hard. Oh my god. Wait, you gotta see this, you guys. Cosmic edited something again. Hold on. Wait. How do I gaming and then wait. Let me show it to you.
show it again? I forgot. Window capture. This is window capture. Hello, hi. Oh, oh. The it's Zoinks auntie. Hi, hello, hi, hi. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Nicola, thank you for the suck. Ayo, you guys, chill. Don't tarnish my name. There's a new there's an auntie in the chat. Hi, welcome. No, Kirby. I swear. You're saying, the first impression. Oh no. First impression gone. Is where my chat is like. Welcome. Nicola. Nicola. Yes. Bruh. My chat. I swear, my chat. Everyone just suddenly redeemed all the sussy ones. Not even 5 sec. I know. The hell was that? I can't explain, Nicole. I can't explain. No, Kirby, no! I'm being eaten. No, stop. No. Oh my god. You guys, my first impression with Zoink's auntie. Please, you guys, chill. She knew me as like this very, very cute, kind person on TikTok, and I'm like, Kirby, stop eating me. Oh my god. So how are you today, Michael Jackson? Oh yeah, I forgot. I was about to show y'all what. Okay, you guys. I'm gonna show. Cosmic edited something of me again. God damn. Okay, let me put my model on the side. Okay, you gotta
car.
see this. Your mom's car. Your mom's car. Okay, hold on. Let me just. How do I fix this shit again? Fuck. Me when I'm scuffed. Hold on, you guys. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. Okay, there we go. This is what Cosmic edited for me. Okay. So I missed the announcement. Aw, Fizz. It's okay. The announcement is that I'm gonna have a Donothon, and I have what you call this? Yes, I'm gonna have a Donothon, and the mechanics and stuff, the details are on my Twitter. I posted it as well. And yeah. You can check the VODs later if you want to. I explained each of those dono goals. Anyway, so here is the Cosmics edit. Let me just play it again. Wait, what? It doesn't play what? Me when I'm scuffed? Oh boy. That's me. Hold on. Why does it not play? Doesn't play? Cosmic, what happened to your edit? Wait, let me. Ow! Oh my god. It was so short, but god damn. Like, bro, that one epic. Ow! Ow! So funny though. Well, back to work I go. Good luck with work, Fizz. Have fun. I stay hydrated, okay? Stay hydrated. I broke it, yeah. Scuffy, oh my goodness. Yeah, yeah. Oh my god. I didn't even expect it like that. It's so funny. I might game probably 2 more. Like I'll game 2 more Battlefield and then I'll hop to another game. I don't know what game though. But yeah, hell yeah. Hold on, let me just queue. Let me queue, man. Let me queue the barbecue.
Oh.
No. What? No. How much you got on your SSD? Wait, right now? Why? What are you planning? No, Zoiks, what are you planning again? Oh no. Cosmic. Okay, on my SSD right now, I have 72 gigabytes. Remaining is on the red. Fuck. It's on the red again. You got. No. I didn't mean to. RIP, you're cooked. Yeah. I have to delete another game if I want to install another. But yeah, to those that didn't make it to the announcement earlier, I'm hosting a Donothon for the home electrical rewiring goal I have on my Ko-Fi. So because the goal is like very big, I thought to myself I'll just make a Donothon so I could give something back to the donors. So yeah. I swear it's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be worth it. I thought about it very carefully. So that's my stuff right now. But I really need to fix my home electrical stuff because I've been hearing like zapping here and there and I'm scared for my life. I don't want my house to burn for the second time. For the first time, we don't talk about that. Get a history so you can uninstall unnecessary things. It's a lifesaver. When I get a time, I guess. I'll do that, I guess. So what the fuck? Did I queue for casual breakthrough or what? No one's. Oh my goodness. Maybe because it's so early in Asia. But yeah. Meow. Hello everyone. Hello. Good morning, good evening. Hello. I hope y'all are having a good day so far. A lizard. So yeah, stay hydrated, you guys. No, Kirby, no, don't eat my. Oh my god, don't eat the soldier. No, you guys. Zoink's auntie is here, please. I'm getting more embarrassed by the minute. So after Battlefield gaming, I'll go live as well on TikTok. There's a rose. There's a rose. There's a rose. Oh, by the way, oh my god, Nicola, are you here? If you hear me, Nicola, can you record yourself saying hi to me in your own way? Like you can call me your wife or the wife or something. I'll add it on my high redeems. I've been talking about it earlier as well. Oh no, ad break in 1 minute. No, Kirby, no, don't eat the gun. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Oh, we're defender. Well. No! I don't intend to die in this household. Get wrecked, bitch. No. Oh my god. Cosmic. Oh my goodness. Shadow, I've got questions. How many? How many points do you have this year? 7 Kirby. Oh my goodness. Shadow has gotten more points now? Wow, that's crazy. Cosmic also been redeeming Kirby a lot. That Nicola came out with a strong Filipino accent. Oh, Nicola. The curbs never stop coming. Oh, those ones are Cosmics. I lost track of the curbs now. It's usually Cosmic redeeming the curbs now as well. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where the tank? Where the tank? I hear the tank. Oh. Oh my god. Calming, you say? I like it how Cosmic uses no case reaction for another reaction. It's crazy. General is just like yes. That's true, that's true. No comment. That's crazy. You guys, behave. Actually, you don't have to behave anymore. You've already ruined my first impression with Zoink's auntie. That's how bad it is. I'm jumping on Dead by Daylight. Bye, guys. Thanks for coming by. Thank you, thank you. Good luck with the gaming, though. Yeah, good luck, good luck. You got this, you got this. I believe in you. Thank you. I swear we're normal. We're normal here. The auntie is gone. Yeah, your auntie might not like me anymore. Your auntie would be like, "Are you sure that's your friend? Are you really sure that's your friend?" Oh my god. And I just Can I be what? Cosmic chill? What the fuck? That's crazy. Her auntie's married already, bruh. That's crazy. Was worth a try. You shoot your shot, but the basket was closed already, bruh. Got enough unks as is. What? It didn't hit? What the fuck was that? Oh my god, oh my god. I swear I'm always gaming when I'm in my ping. Oh my goodness. Oh, let's... Surprise, bitch! Oh! Oh my god! That's why I'm always game. What? What do you mean I'm... Huh? I had to lock in for a sec there, you know. I'm not well, actually I'm gay. Bruh. This is why we're not getting any girlies, bro. How am I gonna get the mommies and the girlies if I keep on screwing up shit? That's crazy. Well, there goes my second shot. What? That's crazy. I can hear them. Oh my god. Refuse. The footsteps! I hear them footsteps, man. Oh my god. Oh. I swear. They're all coming from everywhere. Oh my god, I like being on the roof. No one's gonna know! Nobody's gonna know! How would they know? Oh my god, what? I didn't hit that? That's crazy. Ah, fuck! I fell down. Well, here goes nothing.
Get glued.
I get glued. Please excuse them for their gooner personality is what I'm gonna explain. Oh no. Good luck with the explaining songs. Just let me know if your auntie still likes me after seeing all of my stuff. That's crazy. Oh my god. Oh, I'm back. Oh, I'm back, I guess. But give me some stuff, bro. Bro, give me some stuff. What did it give me? Ah, give me ammo. Oh, shit. No, not. Oh, you're not getting me a bitch. Oh. Oh, I forgot. I'm not an assault. Oh my god. Lock in. I tried. I killed a lot. I'm in second place. Honestly, once I step foot back on her stream, I'm gonna get evaporated. Good luck, Soix. Let me know how did she how she's I'm cooked, you guys. Yep. Was nice knocking you. That's crazy. That is crazy, Cosmic. Oh my goodness. Where was the... Bruh. I swear I saw the person here. Ah! Oh, you can't get me! Knocking is crazy. Knowing. Oh, it was knowing. I was like, what? Why are you knocking us once? But man, okay. That's crazy still. Ooh, goddamn. Payback. Oh, it was an enemy. Hold on. Nice. Oh my god. I'm completing a lot of weekly tasks. Let's go. Cooking stuff. We're cooking stuff. Get out of there, bitch. Enemy. We're the enemy. And they're the enemy. Yes, we're gonna get them enemy. Get out of there, bitch! Oh my god, oh, that was a real video game player. It was a real video game player. Punyeta. That's a good one. Punyeta, mga punyeta! Labas! Oh, translation of that, like, yeah, get out. What the? Oh, you shotgun user. Oh, I want to go up again. Let me up. Duck herb. No! Ah! Wah! 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 Oh my god. Why are you smoking me? Why are you smoking me? That is crazy. Oh. Where are the enemies? I swear. I don't see them. Oh shit. What did I open? Oh fuck. What did I open? What? I swear I opened something. Hold on. Oh shit. What? Oh. I opened the Firefox. What? That's crazy. Okay. Oh, we lost the area. Fuck. Okay. Oh my god, Nogi. Why do you have to pee now? That's crazy. Okay, y'all. Everyone's chilled already. Oh, I gotta post. I gotta put it on my the Donothon. I also have to put it on Discord. But before that, I think I should just like.
Oh.
Hostile casualties are being reported.
Donothon.
All units, we must recover the mission. Hostiles are close to victory.
Okay, I'm gonna put this and pin this.
Defend the position.
I pin this. And then.
Objective Alpha.
Yep, there we go. There we go. Oh no, we're losing. Big time. No one's going inside the area, that's why. Gotta say my prayers real quick before I click. Good luck. Ooh, I leveled up from that. Nice. Hmm. 188, not addicted. I'm barely like 30 years. It's like, oh wait, Cosmic, do you want a game right now? Are you still in the game? I could do like one or two more, I guess. I just wanna progress with my weeklies before I go to the next game. I'm confident my bitch. It's okay. I thought you're gaming right now. It's okay. You don't have to. Don't go. Yeah. Stay in your bed. Stay. Wah. Okay. Shit. I forget I have a tea, so I have to drink tea. Oh my god. That tea is so soothing. I I hope y'all are having a good day so far. Good night or morning. So good. Oh my god. My tea. My tea. Punyeta tea. I'll make that a brand. Honestly, there's a lot of brands here in the Philippines that are like tea pun. Like they make tea restaurant, not restaurant, tea places or tea cafes, especially milk tea cafes. They made their store name very like tea pun. Like all them puns for tea they used already. It's funny though. They're so creative with the naming.
Be advised, hostile attack is imminent. Defend your objectives and deplete the enemy forces.
Oh, we're defending. I see. Gotta put up some stuff then. Put this here. Then I put this here. Okay, Oh my friend. Yeah. I'm thinking of gaming either Fate Trigger or Slay the Princess. Honestly, I should go like make more solo gaming content. I've been enjoying editing like the long form content that I have. So I'm currently finishing Franbo. I'm editing and cutting Franbo contents into like a YouTube content. So it's been there for quite some time. Ow! So it's been scheduled already. It will run through until end of March, I think. End of March? Or end of April. I'm not sure. But I made sure to have something like have 2 long form videos out every week. And it goes out every Saturday and Wednesday, I think. Or Tuesday. I forgot. But yeah, I made sure to schedule at least twice a week. And I plan to like at least release what you call it? Short forms or short videos, short clips back to 3 times a week minimum. If not more, of course. I'll try to do at least more than that. At least I want to do at least every day, because honestly every day will be better in terms of like spreading the content wise, spreading the news and stuff. But yeah, shorts gamble. Why you always gamble? Oh, that's why you keep on losing, Cosme. The greediness never spreading the good news of my name. No, just kidding. Just spreading my weirdness out there in the internet. No, that's that. But where's the fucking tank? I don't see the tank. Oh, there we go. Bruh. It didn't hit. Oh my god. Welcome back, Zoinks. How was it? What did auntie say? What did your auntie say? You was shaking back there. Oh no. She saw the bad side. Oh no. First impression gone. Okay, where's the enemy? Where's the enemy? Show them an enemy. Oh god damn, that's a long photo. It was an interesting chat. Yeah. Usually my honestly, if she goes into my chat when the others are not around, it's quite chill, not gonna lie. She just happened to be in my chat when they're at their active most moments. But mostly my chat dead.
I'm gonna come.
I'm gonna come. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so... Stop, man. Oh, what are you gonna do? No, 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 no. You're not getting us. Oh, you're not getting me, bro. I saw the gun. I saw the bomb and I'm like, oh, bro. That's crazy. I was like, where am I gonna go? I keep hitting the back button, but still, there's a wall. Ow, what? Oh. I mean... We're losing. Oh my god, I only have two deaths and 2 kills. The fuck is this shit, man? It's so crazy. Wait, what? Since when did I become a recon? Fuck. Okay. I had to pull the please don't pay any mind to them, they just like that. I see. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna go in. Oh fuck, I I darted him instead of gunning him. That's crazy. Yum 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 yum. Oh my god, I forgot to change the engineer. Stupid. Ah, the tank. Ah, I didn't kill it. Come on. Oh, fucking recoil, man. She was slightly offended being called auntie though, so gotta be careful here and there. Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Oh my god, I was like... was happy for her to be here though. I don't know what to call her though. Boomy? No worries, she said she will be back later though. Okay. Oh no. Okay, we have our second chance. We're not gonna blow it. Okay, we're not gonna blow it, you guys. Second chance. We gotta do a better impression. I hope I could though. I'm so awkward. Okay, where are them tanks at? I don't see it yet, so we're just gonna set up some stuff. I see you, bish. Come here. Hopefully chat will be chill. Okay. I'll call her Boomy later instead of Zoink's auntie. Bam. Another bam. And another bam. Oh my god, it missed? Oh, it already blew up? Oh, it's not yet. Okay. Hopefully it hits. Wow, that's a lot of people. Oh my god. Imagine having a lo-fi chill background music while gunning people. Very chill of you. Now where them tanks? Where them tanks at, bro? I don't see it. Oh. Are you serious? He RPG'd me. Second try to redeem yourself? Yes, I will redeem myself. I gotta make a... Oh, hi! I didn't know there was someone booping me. Okay, we gotta put up some bombs here and there. So let's put this one here, and then here. And then I'll put up someone! Oh my god. I'm like, bro, I didn't even see you there. Okay, I gotta put up more bombs. I'll put it on the other side. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Deja vu! I have been in this ways before. Higher than the street. Oh my god. Oh my god. That sucks, man. Ah! I saw you, bitch! Now we gotta put up some anti-tank stuff before we die. Okay, there we go. Ah ha ha ha. Wah ha 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 ha. Whee! Okay. Oh my goodness. Bam! Oh, I ran out of bullets. Why? Oh! Thank you for that. I needed to refill some bullets. Bullets are bullets. Bullets. God, we're gaming. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, we gotta put up more bombs. Putting up more bombs here and there. Nice. Oh my goodness, that's a lot. I need more ammo, I guess. I have some ammo, please. Ooh, hello. don't wanna die! Ow! Oh my god. I killed a lot though. 24? Not bad. And let's put something here. Let's put
How good a
here.
cub.
No! No! Okay. Let's put something here. Okay, we're good. Ow, 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 ow. I was setting up bombs, man. Ow. Should I have set up something for the subs in case someone gives a sub? Suck. I just got booped, man. I was even just barely standing up, man. That's crazy. I forgot to consider those that can't, like, don't know directly and just go for the subbies or the BTs. Do I? I have no idea. Ooh, goddamn. Oyo. Oyo. Bruh. What's hiding? No one's gonna boot me. Oh my goodness. Now where are the motherfucking tanks? Oh my god, I tried. Alright, take back what I just said. She was just kidding. Everything good. Okay. We might have a bit of hope here. I see. Oh. Oh, so for my challenges, I still have to do. Hold on. Challenges. Weeklies. I just need resupply, repair damage. As a squad is crazy. I still gotta reroll that shit, man. What are we gaming next? I'm not sure yet, honestly. Either Fate Trigger or honestly, I do want to play Fate Trigger, but I might just do solo team Death Squad, you know, the Death Squad, or might go for Slay the Princess. So I want to move forward with the story. I have been slacking off on solo games. Also, I have to start Resident Evil because RE9 came out and I'm so FOMO. I'm like, I wanna have it too. I wanna game it too, but I don't wanna miss out on the lore. I'm gonna start like Resident Evil, the first Resident Evil, then climb up. Oh my god, I got the wrong tank. Really fine. I don't mind, bro. This is shortcut. You can't kill me, bruh. Ain't that a good one? Can't get me. Ow! You've been collabing almost every weekend. Yeah, I actually have a collab this Saturday, your time. Saturday, EST, PST time. I'm gonna have 7 days to die again. We're gonna play again. I'm happy. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm gonna play 7 days to die with the Asylum Gang. I think. What's it called? Is the Bat Gang. The Bat? Is that the Bat? Oh my goodness. No! I refuse! They're all sniping. What the fuck? Here I am just casually running into the stuff. Oh my goodness! Oh my god. I wasn't holding my gun. Yeah, I got a bad KDA right now. Wait. Tag gaming! Wah, the bat! Oh my god, is that the bat? Is it the... Oh my god. Don't mind my driving skills. I'm normal, I swear. Oh my goodness. Oh, I will just like go inside and stuff. Like, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. Ha 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 ha. Mo ha 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 ha. Ooh, ha 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 ha. You can't kill me. Oh, are you shitting me? No! Bruh. Let me out! No smoke screen? No. That tank doesn't have smoke screen. If it was the other tank, this one is the M1A2 SEP VG. If it was the Bradley, yeah, that one had smoke. That tank is like the anti-tank. Not really suited for like infantry killing. Ah! Brad out here smoking. That's true. Ow, my back. My back. My teammates are useless. Bruh. Stop sniping. Start going into the objectives. We're not gonna get it if you keep on sniping, bruh. I get glueder. Oh my goodness. I hope I'm not with a... Here I am just just casually driving. Oh, bruh, stop smoking. Man, my KD is shit now. This map is kind of hard doing breakthrough. But once you get the first area, it's gonna be smooth sailing. It's just that my teammates are like afraid of going there and dying. I don't know. They hate that their KDs are shit, I guess. But man, ow. Was it never not shit? True. Well, it depends on the teammates, I guess. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Wait, I forgot I have to sip on the tea.
Do you see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with some.
No, not when I just hydrated with tea.
Purified water.
Oh my
Using
god,
code
that's crazy. How dare you make me drink again? Hold on, let me just take out some matcha snacks. Want some matcha. Where my matcha snackies at? Here's my matcha snacky. Stretch to be that's crazy. Okay, let me see. This one. Oh, this one is like, oh, it's covered with a, oh, it's a matcha coated biscuit. Oh, nice. Take me.
Zoinks14 asked me, explain what WizTree does and how it works. WizTree is a disk space analyzer tool that helps users identify large files and folders on their computer. It scans NTFS drives quickly by reading the master file table, MFT, directly, which is the same way Windows tracks file information. This allows WizTree to display a visual representation, like a tree map of your disk usage, to easily spot where space is being consumed and manage storage efficiently.
I see. Bruh. I swear, where? It says it's there. What the? Nogi. Oh my god. Hold on. When I go to Nogi, she peed again. I have to wash out the pee from the floor, the bathroom floor. Sleep moment? Nah. I'll say a bit. I feel a bit EP again. I don't know why. But yeah. Okay, I'm getting EP, not gonna lie. Shadow, how did you know? Because I can tell, I see. I know a lot by simple observation. You see?
Plug.
Fleur.
Oh.
Uwu?
The ooh? Snibble? Stay awake, you gotta be ready. Ready for what though? I'm getting Eva. Oh no. At this point, just do a napping stream. That's crazy. My auntie can free anytime. I see. Well, if she's gonna see me napping, I guess it is what it is. She's gonna hear her snoring and talking about how it looks like a femboy. I think Kenshi is a femboy, I don't know though. Kenshi is, yeah, and Snowball. Snowball is a femboy. Oh my god. What even happened to Ken? He just fell off the radar. Ken got yeeted off by the community he's in right now. He's focusing more on those because Minecraft, you know. I mean, he still games other games and every here and now and then, but right now he's just into Minecraft, I guess. Okay. I'm Ipa. Fuck.
Plur.
Sure. Uh, it was cool. Go eat. I might, maybe, I don't know. This is gonna look. Oh, should I tell her to tend to get EP on stream? Oh fuck, there's a squeaker.
Can't glued.
I get glued or.
Yo, what is good, Nacho Breezy?
What is good, Wajo BZ?
Hi, Naki.
What is scan?
Halloween. Nyachi. Halloween.
Hello, hello. What's up?
Nacho B pussy.
Yo, what's up, baby girl?
Hello, hello. What's up? Hello, hello. What's up?
Hi, Nachi.
Halloween. Nyachi.
Hi, Nachi. Hello.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, baby girl?
Ha, Nyachi.
Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. Oh my god. Go sleep. No. Hi, Cuckoo. Hey, Cuckoo. How's your day? Croissant.
I'm a cat. I do the nya.
Nya.
The nya.
Nya. Let it go. Okay. You know what? That would be nice. Oh, okay.
Be advised, the sector is lost. Set up defensive positions on the double.
I'm gonna come.
Uh,
What you think of it, Walter?
Where's the water?
I don't want to have sex with you right now. Whoa, whoa.
Hmm.
Nachi, get your little self to bed. You're falling asleep.
No. No, I'm not gonna sleep.
Plug.
Blur. Apa? Ada sa Kanzaliner. Oh my god. He's slowly getting awake now. Ow, no bonkies. Hi, papaya. Hi. No, why you sniff at me? Why?
I'm gonna come.
Was I snoring?
Please, please. I'm a cat. I'm a cat. I'm a cat. I do please. Puppies, please.
Lo, don't spam no K, okay? You'll regret it. I'm awake now though. A little bit. After some. Oh my god. Hi, papaya. How are you?
I'm gonna come.
Cosmic down. Stick to Snowball. I think a single player game will wake you up. It depends. Honestly, once I'm past the EPness, it's gonna be like forever awake. I just need to go past that 10 to 20 minutes of EPness. And then I'm gonna be awake for a long time. I'm good. Just EP. But it's okay. How about your papaya? I was the collab yesterday, saw it. Wait, was it you? I'm sorry. Miss Schizo. Swap to yap to engage your frontal lobe. If I could install it, yeah, sure. If you want to keep stream running and sleep, just switch to only sleeping category. And put some fireplace on screen. I could. Oh my god, what the fuck? Bro, what? Oh, it was from there. Try. Let me. Wait, let me. Oh, there's an ad break. Let me scroll up. Oh, I can't scroll up anymore further. Okay. So, which chat did I miss? Ghostman. You know how she is very stubborn. Yeah. Sniffer. Young Noke. Stinky. It's a stinky. It's a stinky papaya. Papaya. The boo. The ow. Why? Doing good, still tired. Oh no. Are you okay, papaya? Who was there but trying not to pass out? Oh no. Hoy potato. Hoy. Does it know hello baby girl? Zoro is. Oh god damn! Zoro does that? I can't believe Zoro does that. Zoro does the baby girl line. Oh my goodness. That's new. Oh my god, I gotta heal up, man. Oh my god, she's actually playing now. Yeah, I'm playing now. I'm awake now. I'm just sticking to basic English. I see. Papaya is the cuckoo. Good tired, how are you? Bonk you. Papaya better hop on Yap Yap if not your place it. Doing good, tired, nice day work. Just relaxing for 2 hours before I go watch the Uma Musume movie. Wait, is the Uma Musume movie like the new Uma Musume movie? Is it? Is that the new Uma Musume movie? I'm not sure. Like I'm interested in that game too. Not the game. I mean the anime. I haven't watched the second season of Cinderella Grey though, but I do wanna watch it. Okay, let me go back to chat. I've literally not done that in the DMT here. Okay. Not even in DMs. You're the one sending it to me. My movie. It's the newest one. Did you? Lizard movie night. When is it now? We gonna do movie night now? Anywho, it's too soon. It's literally 3 in the morning for me and I'm still awake. Oh no. Generally, if you have to go eat, go eat. I'm the one who always say to people like, if you're sleepy, go sleep. But I'm the one, if I'm sleepy, I don't want to sleep. The reason is because like, I feel like I'm gonna miss out on a lot of like self time, like, you know, alone time and stuff. Like I feel like I'm like it's not enough. Like I wanna game more. I wanna play more. Even though I'm sleepy and stuff. Like I'm gonna miss out on a lot if I sleep. But yeah. Tomb Raider finished downloading now to find all the porn mods. Wait, I thought you were just chilling out of your room right now, Chloe. What the fuck? Thank you for the bits, papaya. 6-7. I get it. 6-7. Papaya. Can we play Yap Yap Ow? I left my room and left Steam to download the game. Oh, I see. You disappoint me. Hey, I just read what Papaya sent when playing Yap Yap. Yeah, I wanna hug her. Did you? Ow! Why? Bat, why? What did I do to you? Hoy, Bat. Also, oh yeah, before I forget, Papaya, if you're still here, can you record yourself saying hi to me in your own way, you know? Well, time to get some damn sleep. Good night, General. Thank you for coming by. I hope you have a good night. You have a good rest. You said the other stinky. Also, Bat, can you record yourself saying hi to me? Like, you know, in your own way. I need a recordings and stuff. I'm collecting high recording for the high redeem. I have some already from my friends, and I wanna expand it more. Since y'all become friends, I'm happy. What? I'll do it. Thank you, Papaya. I click on popular for Tomb Raider mods and they're all nude mods. Oh my god. Oh, I thought I sent you my audio. No, you haven't. Oh my god. Loki, I think I have like a problem with like my like a sleep problem or something. The thing is, like, even though I'm like very lacking sleep, and as soon as I hit the bed, my brain is just like, no, you're not gonna be sleepy. But when I'm enjoying some stuff, or I'm like enjoying what I'm doing, and that's when I get so eepy. Yeah, I get so sleepy, and then like I try to fight it because I don't want to stop doing what I'm doing, but I'm getting sleepy. Yeah, that's what happens usually. Then as soon as I like when I that's why I don't want to stop stream like nowadays when I get sleepy. I don't stop stream because whenever I go like end the stream because I'm sleepy and decide to go hit the bed. As soon as I hit the bed, I'm like, now I'm not sleepy. And I regret ending the stream because I should have just like didn't end the stream and just went on further. Well, that sucks. I mean, Dazumi. Just go sleep for him. No, no. I feel like I'm gonna miss on a lot of gaming and stuff and hanging out whenever I go sleep. Like even though I had like complete sleep, I still get sleepy. We have 7 days tomorrow. Yes, yes, I'm excited to play again. Zombie gaming. No! How dare you? It was waiting for me on that corner. Just put on my stream, you always EP when I stream. No, because bad, you stream so late. That's the usual time I get, like, I go to bed, really. Like, you stream at around afternoon in my time. And that's like the time I get so sleepy. Like, for real, for real. But the fake eepiness is like at this time, the morning.
Get glued.
Get glued. Oh my god, they're gonna get it. That's just like barely in there. Somebody's gonna be in the... Stupid tank! Go inside the objective! I swear. Oh my fucking glitch. I'll DM everyone and then like and the asylum gang, and I'm gonna be like, oh, can you you record the hi to me? I will use it for my high redeem because like, my high redeem is like, you know, bam ba dam ba dam ba dam bam ba dam ba dam ba dam. Yeah, I think that's it for Battlefield gaming. Add me? Add you what? Where? On gaming? On Battlefield? Sure. What's your Battlefield thing? Oh my god, my KD reacher still sucks. Oh, you're the one who added Snowball earlier. Let's see. Hold on. How do I add again? It's only this one is invite friend. Oh, hold on. Let me go back. I don't want to queue. Exervella 6. I see. Shit. Let me check. There we go. Store. Why add people again? Is it this one? Trying to press player search. Search. You're not coming up. Cosmic, what is this? You're not coming up. Bruh. I think it should be your EA ID, not Battlefield name. Like my EA ID is Nachi Kuranashi, but in game my name only goes Nachi. How the heck do I check that? I don't know. Hmm. Mine is not Chikoranashi. Okay. Wide awake. I'm wide awake. What is Anytime by Lotte? I saw some snacks. Oh, this is a candy. Oh. Yeah. There you go. You got me. Accept. There you go. Your EA. You have a different EA ID. That's why. Okay. But that's it for my Battlefield gaming though. Or do you wanna I wanna game another game, you know. Good games, yes. I wanna game another game. What the fuck was my EA ID? It was Juby. Juubi. Juby. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. Our choices today for the next game would be Slay the Princess. Honestly, I want to do Sniper Elite 5 again. Slay the Princess, Sniper Elite 5, Fate Trigger, Deep Rock, or Ready or Not. Yeah. Wow, that's a lot. Stream's ending? No, not yet. Some Naruto cringe ass ID. What about Jump King? Oh, I know about Jump King, but I don't have the game. I also wanna, like, I have this urge to play Star Ocean. Sneeze. Not my. Oh. Thank you. You're welcome. You sneeze at the same time as your wife. Wait, what? Ukulele live? I didn't even know. Oh my goodness. Ukulele liver. Oh. Doc is playing. Rosie is live as well. Okay, let's visit them one by one and make them drink water. The usual stuff, you know. Show me Dokibara. No, Kirby, no. No eating, no. Okay, I let Doc hydrate and then give him some head pats. Drink. I'm just doing my round. Make sure to hydrate y'all. Okay. Then I go to JD first. Does JD have even a hydrate redeem? I think not. If I remember correctly, he doesn't have any. Yeah, it doesn't have. So I'm not gonna. Let's check shield. Wait, I don't have him followed, so I'm gonna follow him and then I will make him drink. Okay, there we go. Hydrate. There we go. Okay. Okay, there we go. And then we go to the ukulele. No, not the happy birthday. I didn't mean that. Dailies, and then make her drink a card. Water. Then I draw a card. And then I remind her to posture. And then I give her some headbands. Damn. With Zoro, who threw the eggs. Have fun gaming. Okay. Okay, alert from ukulele. Go to Rosie. Does she have a wear her headband? No, I hydrate. Care package. Care package. Yeah, there we go. Care package. Oh fuck! It's already. It's on cooldown. Okay, I guess no, I can't make. Drink. I'll just leave both of their streams on and mute. Okay. There we go. I'm done with my rounds of making my friends drink water and stretch and stuff, okay? I'm back here physically, emotionally and stuff. I'm back. Let me go back to the chatter. You guys sneeze at the same time. Oh my god, we're linked together. That's like sneezing type shit, you know. Very That's just me and the wife. Yeah, I have both stream open and it's synced. Crazy. That's crazy. Reeker. Hi, Reeker. Hello, welcome, good morning. Oh my god, you gambled it all. Ready or not with Holmes? I don't know yet. Do you wanna game ready or not, ban? After you go home, of course. Shield playing with Doc, yeah. I saw Doc playing with Shield and JD, so yeah. Bat free. Nachi, your high emote looks like Satanya San laughing. Really? But he's so cute though. Ready or not with me, and let's do it realistically. If they grab something in their we pew pew real life experience, what? Wait, Joe, you already have your new PC, right? Oh, you could game now. I'm gonna be up for 40 more minutes. Wait, Zara, do you want a game? Order on to finish stream. She can spawn in anytime. Okay, okay. He's reaching. Who's reaching? Yeah, sure. Okay, okay. I guess we're doing ready or not. Honestly, you have the other games as well. But it's not just ready or not, right? Like we could go for Deep Rock. We could go for ready or not. We could go. Oh, you don't have a trigger. Sad. Somebody doesn't have a trigger. Oh, sad. Somebody can't play the pay trigger. Rubbing salt in the wood. It's region lock. Poor Zaro. That poor Zaro. You should even have you even tried doing VPN or something to install it, or it's like and even like play with VPN. Does it even work like that? I don't know. I have no idea. VPN don't work on Steam and is bannable. Oh, I didn't know. I don't even have the game page in the start. Ah, the Portaro. Sucks to be in Belgium right now, huh? Snowball can even game it. The Portaro. Even Rose can game it. Wait, where is Rose? You know what? Hey, if it's not available, it's a safety thing. It's safe though. What do you mean? It's a safe game. It's anime girls. Would anime girls hurt you? No. Yeah, they have big titties. Yes. They have good. Yes. Hold on. Say the Princess Solo. Sniper Elite 5 can be co-op, but I don't know if everyone has it. Ready or not, Deep Rock Galactic or Fate Trigger. So I guess let's go ready or not. Watch me read through their TOS. Well, it's Kate. Kaden! Hi! Hi, Lunar second husband. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Anime woman with one single large tit. That's true. Are you gaming Tomb Raider right now, Chloe? Are you gaming? Are you already done with the mods? Download. I mean. Okay, I'm launching. Ready or not? I'm launching Ready or not. I'm a set game is ready or not. Set game ready or not. Wait, let me. Is Papaya still here? Can Papaya game? Who has it? So Zara is one. Does Papaya have it? Wait. Let me pin. Okay. Papaya has it. Okay, okay. I DM'd Papaya. I DM'd Rose. I remember Rose has it too. I don't know if she still has it downloaded, but I just DM'd her in case. But she's away. I don't know if she's awake. Bat, are you at home already? Do you want a game? Do you want a game? You want a game? You want a game? Me when I'm like, come on, let's game. Let's game. It's gonna be fun. I got like 2 more hours before I'm ready. Okay. So you're not yet ready. I see. Oh my god. Yeah, it's back home. No. Okay, let's see DMs. Papaya. I'll be down for a couple games. I need to re-download it again. Okay. We'll wait for you. Plus, I have Space Marine with Snack unless Neck plans to play. Wait, do you have a plan to stream it? The Space Marine? I mean, I'm not gonna stream for like 4 more hours, I think. I don't know. Ready or not. Yeah, Papaya is in. Yeah, I'll be streaming tonight. Okay. New class up. Ooh. Ooh. Well, if you have already plans, I don't wanna like, barge in and like change your plans if you already have plans to game. I usually just like girl, my plans always be changing. I see, okay. Same here. It depends like who's in the game and stuff or who's up to the game. Din din time for me. Have a good din din zoinks. Wait, who else has the game? I don't have everyone in the Asylum gang added in Steam. That's why. Actually, I don't even have Bat in my Steam friends. That's crazy. I? Yeah, I don't have Bat in my Steam friends. I have Doc, I have Zoinks, I have Zoro, I have Papaya, I have Rose, but I don't have Bat. I even have Lob added. Bat. No. Why? I cry. Why you no adding? Why you no add? Yeah, I don't have Bat added. Lyra got it too and said, "Oh, I don't have them added. That's why I don't know if they have it." Honestly, I should add everyone. I should add everyone. Set has it. Wait, DM set. Like you know what? You know what? Just like yes. Uh, Set has it. My bin break was playing Helldivers for a while. Oh, they do be doing democracy run, huh? Let me DM Lyra. Let me DM Lyra. Princess, you want a game? Ready or not? Papaya and sorrow. Can't invite dog. He is in another call. Okay. Wait, why not? Could ask Snack. Also, since it's crossplay. Wait. The snack. Where the snack? Snack. Okay. I DM'd. Keep forgetting that it is. Yeah, it allows crossplay. I remember like playing it with other homies that has it too. Nachi out here recruiting people, yes. I'm just like DMing people. You wanna be ready or not? You doing the blade, doing the blade. So we have Papaya and Sorrow recruiting police brutality. Yeah, police brutality it is. Wee, yes. So for now, let's go to Papaya. Zara, go to Papaya's PC. We're going to Papaya for now. I don't have everyone added on my server, so I'm like, let's go to Papaya. Papaya!
Well, I'm hearing Delvo. What's up? I got pause.
Hey.
What's
Okay.
up?
Hello, good night.
Yo,
Hello.
who would invite in a potato? I don't like him. He
Oh
smells.
my god, what the fuck is that?
That's his
Disgusting.
disgusting, bro.
His intro is
Disgusting.
just a big fart.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why
I don't
he's
know why.
stinky. That's why he's stanky. A big stank.
It's at 66% now, so it should be almost done. I think. Ah. Like, fuck you and fuck you, boo.
Okay. Finally, bat! I can finally add the bat.
Wee
Wee
Let's
wee.
go.
I don't
Add the
have bat.
bad.
I don't have bat added on Steam. I'm like, what? All this time I don't have you added.
Wait, I
That
thought you
is
already had him on
crazy.
Steam.
No, I only have you,
Big fan.
Dog, Zaro, Rose.
Damn.
And I'm like, huh? All this time I
Also,
don't
that
have
wasn't
you
an
added.
intro.
That was an intro.
Oh, what? That was an intro, yeah. Nerd.
Bro, you literally fart, bro.
It's your soundboard doofus.
You see how he's mean to me, bro. He's a bully.
Yeah, he's a big bully. Bully.
Who's you lie?
Bully.
Bully.
A big bully. Stanky. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
No, fuck you.
Fuck me.
No, 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 no. No fucking. No self fucking in here.
I'm
Damn. Wow. Motherfucker. You motherfucker.
It was that of. Wait, Nicola, do you have Ready or Not? Do you want to play? I also don't have Nicola on Steam. I don't have Nicola on my Steam. I don't have it. No, I'm not a fake wife. I'm not a fake wife.
Wow. Tabby, your husband farted.
Your wife
bro.
is broke as fuck. Oh my god. Somebody gift Nicola. I can't even gift. I'm also broke.
Putang ina mo.
Oh my god.
Zorro. You get Tabby the game.
Zoro is the rich one. Yeah. Zoro is a rich person, you know.
That's why
Zoro
Coffee always asks him to buy him.
Yeah, because Zoro is rich. That's true. The potato. The potato is rich.
If you think I'm rich, you need to go to an asylum.
Bruh.
Don't you be a dead bat asylum?
Damn. Occasionally calling bad. Roll credits. Hell yeah. How well. Stream's over. Case closed.
Hell yeah.
Okay, let's close the stream. Just kidding.
End stream.
Also, Nicola will join you. Huh? What? Zoro calling me Nicola now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Damn. He's stanky. Damn. Too many ants. That's crazy. I was gonna say Nicola pretty then swap to tell you to make lobby. Zoro's just like, I don't got it.
Oh dang! I would have loved to go on the ship. I like the cruise one.
Maybe Zoro has it. Zoro, do you have it? The DLC. You're rich anyway.
The boat one, the cruise one. I like the cruise one.
Oh.
He not
Don't got it.
Oh my god,
He's not a sweet potato Nicola. He's evil. Evil. Don't trust him. Beep, beep.
Oh, Papaya, can you also record like you saying yuck?
Yuck.
Yeah, that one.
So
I'll make it like.
Oh, like, how do I record?
You can just record yourself. I don't know.
Oh, you know what?
Just send it to me. Yeah.
I guess. Let me record.
Yes. I like it. I want it. Yes, please, Nicola. Wife. I added the bat. Yeah, I'm getting some fur. Lyra's getting some fur. Oh my god.
Lyra, oh my god. We love Lyra.
So Lyra will catch up later in an hour. And then, yeah. Thank you, Nicola. Let me add you on Steam. Yay.
The sweetest
Add
Nicola.
Nicola.
Nicola's too sweet.
Snack is not responding to me.
Let me see if I can. Okay. Oh. I think I do have the recording. Okay.
Rose is not responding.
I think. Who else have it? Wait. Alright, I think that's good. Oh yeah, he definitely not. He passed out. It's pretty late for him.
Snack? Oh, I see.
I know Doc is streaming.
Yeah, Doc is streaming and then a collab, so can't invite Doc.
Yeah. JD?
JD? JD is with Doc.
Hard Candy?
Candy, oh yeah.
I think he's asleep.
I don't
too,
have
I'm
Candy
not
added.
mistaken.
Do I have Candy added on Discord? I don't think I have it added.
I'll add.
They playing No Rest for the Wicked. Yeah. Snack likely asleep. Oh, yeah.
Alright, I just texted coffee. There we go.
Coffee? Oh my god.
I mean, Candy! Shut your mouth.
Oh my god, it's
Shut your
recorded.
mouth.
Zaro, clip that shit. Send it to
like
Coffee.
I'm telling him.
I'm half asleep, bro.
You called him Coffee. Oh no.
Come on, I'm half asleep.
5th time's the charm.
Shut up. I love you, but shut your mouth, Zoro.
Papaya. You're cooked.
I'm always cooking. You can call me
You
chef.
are cooked. Big cooked.
It can be just us for now, I think.
Yeah.
I think it could work.
Okay. I'll host, I guess. Since we're both from each of the regions. Unless.
Oh, wait, do I have the DLC? Oh, I got both of the DLCs actually.
Damn! If that's the case, then
Yeah.
you host so we can play the DLC.
How do I host? Go to multiplayer.
Yeah, multiple player. And then we'll just
Friends.
join you when you go. Yeah.
Okay, crossplay. Quai.
Snack may be waking up. Ooh, nice. What? Did you wake him up, Nicola? Don't wake
Let
the
this
snake. No.
happy wifey powers, bro.
No, the poor snake.
Poor
He's
snake.
gonna
He
be
just
like
wanted to get some
Anya.
rest. He
Anya.
just wanted to get some rest.
He could
Assess
sense my
thoughts.
thoughts. I only DM'd him. Damn. I DM'd him, he didn't wake up, so we'll see, we'll see.
Alright. How do I invite people? Am I
So
on-
later, Bat could join, Lyra in an hour.
Oh yeah.
That's it.
Alright, I got. Can you guys join me on Steam or?
Yeah, we could join if it, like, hold on. Let me check on my end. Yeah, I could join you. Hold on. I join game. What?
What is
Cannot
that?
join a modded session? What?
It's not. It's not modded. No, you got. It said Zoro join.
What? I've been clicking join game, but it says cannot join a modded
Go
session.
to settings.
For me.
Papaya?
Settings.
Or me?
For Nachi, not you.
Oh, God.
Oh, for me. Okay, okay. Okay.
Nicola, I don't
then.
cheat with mods. Is that what you think?
I don't even have mods open for this
Scroll
game.
down.
I'm too cool for mods.
Oh, do I have to enable join modded servers?
Ye.
Okay. I just also allowed the modded players in case.
Bro, what did I do?
Okay, I'm in.
It's not even modded, bro.
Papaya is a cheater. No, just kidding. Papaya modding it. Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, I'm the hacker. I don't play by the rules.
I'm in.
It's because you have the option enabled in settings as well.
Oh. Oh, so that's why. Now I know. Select the mission that you wanted to go for. You said you wanted to go for the DLC, right?
Oh yeah, there's like Dark Waters, couple of the apartment. Hey yo.
Fuck you! No, fuck you! Can't get through,
Yeah,
huh? No, fuck you. You can't get through. Fuck you.
Hell yeah. Okay, I'm ready. Oh god.
You can't even gun me here.
He could go downstairs and gun you down. Freaking yucker, Zoro. Why you look so ugly? Yuck.
Oh, classic Zoro, you know. He's like, yeah, classic ugly.
Ew, how come you're not wearing a mask? Oh my god, you're not cool.
Because I'm handsome.
What the fuck was that? The fuck was that?
Nachi farted.
No,
damn.
no, that's your
What
fart
did you
bomb.
eat, bro?
No, that's your fart bomb, bro. That's your fart bomb.
Oh.
Can't
you broke
get
the
past.
door, bro.
Can't
You
get
broke the
past.
door.
Can't get
keep breaking
past me.
Dude, you keep breaking the door on my screen. What the? You took off the handles.
I don't know.
Oh!
Officer Martinez, call 4342. Officer
What the
Martinez,
fuck?
4342.
Oh, sorry, went around. Think you could box around?
Oh my god, this is too stressful. I'm gonna get some coffee.
I only joined the force.
Oh, you mean candy, right?
Have the right to feel this
Sure.
Is it again?
Oh,
It's not an easy place to
nice one.
Papaya. Papaya didn't get it.
Dropping a light.
I'm just trying to get my coffee, alright? You guys are stressing me the hell out.
I mean, the city has changed.
You're not getting candy, right?
And that's a very overwhelming concept.
Chem light out.
I'm gonna shoot you, bro. In game, of course.
I'm sorry, I had to.
Well, you better watch it back. You better watch it back. And not for the enemy, from me. From me, bro.
I see.
So, we're going to this cruise.
Yeah.
We're gonna invade this party, alright? There's a bunch of bad people on this boat.
Hi, Fire. Hello.
Hi, Fire. Bio. What's up, Bio?
Is it Bio? How does he pronounce the first part of his name though?
Hey, Nachi.
I call it Bio.
Why? What is it, Zaro?
Click the second to last letter of the alphabet.
Second.
I don't want to. You know what's annoying? I will click it and it will reset the timer.
That would be funny. I hope it does. Oh.
It does.
Oh my god, you just ripped that in. What the fuck?
There we go.
Alright, let's.
Oh no, I have ads going. No.
Not
I don't
the
have
ads. I mean
snooze.
the ad. Oh no.
No, we all like ads.
No, we like yacht in this house, okay?
True.
Except for Zoro.
Oh, Papaya, I'ma DM you something. Hold on.
Did you get my DM of me saying yucky?
Yeah.
Was it good? Can you able to hear it?
Let me listen to it.
I think I have to download it and then watch.
It's good. Record yourself saying hi as well. Like, you know.
Hi.
Hi na. Like how do you always say hi to me?
Well, hi there, baby girl. No,
Oh, baby girl.
no. I'm gonna jump.
Oh my god, Zara, cheating on you.
Oh, the cheating. Bro. Motherfucker.
How dare you kill your husband?
Let's restart.
Okay.
You can do it by yourself. Restart. Keep rolling.
By the way, I made it the first part of my name. The way I made it the first part of my name is how you pronounce Bayou. But with the
So it's like
L?
Bayou Fire?
With the L?
I just call it
Blayu?
Fire. Bayou Fire.
Blayu?
Like,
But with the L, so Blayu?
Lyo.
Blayu.
haven't played this.
Blayu Fire. Oh.
Lyo.
Oh, Blyo. Oh, okay, okay. Not.
Yeah.
Okay. Blyo. Okay, okay. But I'm used to fire.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, how you do the camera thing?
T.
On the corner. T.
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 Oh, for titties. Okay.
For titties.
Titties. Alright.
Going in.
Alright.
Get down and put your hands up! Put your hands up now! Hands up! Don't move! Hands in the
Hold
air!
on, be careful. There might be people
Show us the
here.
front and back of your hands! Now! Police, show me your hands!
Tell your story to the station, bub.
Nothing illegal was happening on this boat.
Entry team, talk. Suspect ready.
Great work.
Oh, be careful. There might be some guns.
LSPD! LSPD! Don't get down!
Oh my god, this is like a fancy ass bathroom. Holy shit.
Stop!
Oh, I hear someone. Oh, I hear someone.
I need you to move.
I don't really mind how people pronounce it. Oh my god, yeah. My IRL name, like, yeah, I do that the same. Like, I don't mind people how people pronounce it because they always mispronounce it. And I'm like, whatever. As long as I respond, you're doing good.
Uh-oh,
You
Zoro,
good?
Zoro. Okay, Zoro. Oh, no, Zoro's
Zoro,
dead.
don't die.
He's dead. He's dead!
What? No, oh my god, where is it coming from? I don't even see the enemies.
I reply to a cat for 5 seconds.
Why you replying to a cat?
You heard anywhere?
Yeah, why would you reply to the cat?
Oh no! Help!
No! Papaya, are we gonna repeat this run? Yeah,
Because
we're
it was
supposed-
pissed interrupted the movie.
We were having a good movie and then, yeah.
Yeah, we were watching the SpongeBob movie and we got distracted.
Police, don't move! Police, hands up!
What?
LSPD, get down!
Where is it from? Where's Papaya?
I'm talking about an actual cat watching a movie.
Really?
Oh. What movie, huh?
My god.
You know the guy he keeps calling CN80? Candy.
Suspect cuffed and secure. Entry team to talk. Suspect is down and in need of medical attention. Make them stable.
Oh, careful now.
Police, get down!
Wait, I haven't even cleared this area yet. Is this clear already? Okay. Let me clear downstairs first.
The cat is sliding with the enemy. Bro, for real. Oh, that's where I died. That's my body.
Yes, I found your body.
Oh my god.
Ah, fuck.
You might have a broken leg.
I don't know if there's a person here, so I'm like, gonna make sure. Ah, you shitting me?
Weak ass legs.
Weak ass legs.
Weak ass legs.
Okay,
Oh
now
shit.
it's shut up. They're not alert anymore.
Careful. There's still a few more.
I haven't gone downstairs too.
Yeah. This is a nice cruise though, like holy shit. I would love to go on a cruise like this.
Talk. Threat is down.
This is Talk.
Suspect ready to go. Don't run!
Don't run!
Visual confirmed. Target on the move. South.
Oh shit!
Get down and put your hands up!
I don't have any ammo anymore? That's crazy. Fine.
Use your sidearm.
What? No, fuck you.
Oh shit.
I'm out! Drop it! I need to reload! 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 Magazine! I need to reload! I'm not resisting! Put your hands up now! Don't move.
Hey, you got him.
Just don't hurt me. Got him. One cut. Compliant.
We're ready.
There's another here, I hear. My god. Oh, you're that.
Oh, that's random. Careful, there's a couple upstairs, I think.
Yep.
Hands in the air!
Bruh.
Just don't care.
You put you and your family's
quiet.
lives in danger.
Oh my goodness.
Give me my fucking phone call. Entry team to talk. Ready. Compliant.
Scares me. Move on.
Oh, he did.
Lead to talk. Got a civilian down.
Proceed with mission.
Show us the front and back of your hands. Police, show me your hands.
Police, show me your hands. Do you got hands? Okay.
Police, show me your feet.
Hands up.
I mean your hands.
What?
LSPD.
Classic. Okay, I think I've covered everything. No.
Oh wait.
LSPD, don't move.
Almost
Why
from
did they
4.
just surrender? What the hell?
Help me. Civilian is ready. Element, talk. CV is ready.
This is Talk. Continue with
Get down
objective.
slowly. Civilian is cuffed and good to go. Talk. Civilian ready for transport.
We're ready for him.
Oh, this is already done. Guess we're going up now.
Going up.
Put your hands where I can see them. LSPD, don't move.
Keep your eyes open.
Oh. No.
Police, don't move. Police, hands up.
Police!
LSPD, get down. Do not move.
You will be punished.
Police, hands up.
Huh.
Police, get down! I won't stay here. I don't want to hear it.
Keep an eye out, all right?
Wow, did they all just seriously surrender? Just like that? The fuck? Nah, this has gotta be one guy.
No, keep your head
Oh.
down. Get down and put your
Oh shit. Oh shit.
hands up. Hands up. Hands in the air.
It's a stank. It made them give up.
On you.
No.
The steak. Damn. The steak was that bad, huh? What did you eat?
It was Zoro's
Nachi?
stank.
What did Zoro eat?
Zoro's stank that rubbed on me.
Damn, like a skunk.
Yeah. Stanky potato.
Damn.
Oh, so this just goes around, I guess.
Hands up.
Okay.
Target found. South.
Oh my god.
What's up, coffee? I know, right?
Oh my
Nachi,
god.
Call your name wrong, okay?
Oh no, he's passing it on to me.
No,
Damn.
you call coffee. You call coffee candy, okay? And you were watching
No way.
without me.
I got you. Don't worry.
How the movie coffee?
Papaya.
Good to go.
Yeah.
Entry team to talk. Civilian is
I sent him a clip.
You
Well.
mother. Your mother.
You
bro.
got clipped.
Coffee. Listen, alright?
You got
half asleep.
nothing to explain for.
Excuses.
I hope you're having fun with the Uma movie. How is it? Is it good? I want to see it.
There's no one here. What the fuck?
Did you, Did they say you got rid of all the bad guys or whatever?
Not yet. Yeah, there's still civilians and bad guys.
What do you have to say for yourself? Chicken butt. I don't know why that's the first thing that comes to mind. Chicken. Uh-oh.
Okay. $300? Damn, that's crazy.
I'm gonna remove your kneecaps out of your legs and use them at the throwing stone. What? Why? I don't have kneecaps. Oh shit.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
There he is.
This.
Take him out, Nachi. Take him out.
Oh fuck you!
Oh my god.
Oh my god! I almost got it. No, so close.
Wait. Nah,
Dang.
we got. I blame Zoro. That would be total of $300 you owe me.
They smelled you from a mile away.
Because your stankiness rubbed on me.
I don't owe you 300. That's Nachi. She edited.
No,
the
it was
clip.
Zoro.
Yeah, Zoro edited the clip. I mean. You know, he's a master of computers like that. You know.
Okay, here we go again.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Shit.
Acting as if you don't call them the wrong names as easily as you breathe.
Shut your mouth. How about that?
Breach.
Breach. Yeah!
Drop the gun! Don't make me show me your hands! Hands in the air!
I scared them.
Hands up! Don't move! Blame yourself, not me.
Okay, restraining.
Trailer's on the way.
Oh my god, y'all are dying already.
Got him.
Y'all just sniping. I'll try to go around. Is there a way to go around? I think not. Oh, okay.
This is blocking my exit routes.
Help! I'm bleeding.
Where is it?
Glued.
Resistance!
Bro, he already surrendered, but you kill. What the fuck?
I got scared.
The movie was great. Nice. That's good.
Damn. Was it Tachyon in that movie, Coffee? Was Tachyon in that movie?
Oh, Agnes. Agnes a kill.
Yeah, I love Ag.
Gotta love Agnes. See you now. She's have fun. Thank you, Fire. You have a good night too.
I do mold when Gucci. Was on screen and a girl named Mold when Tachyon Toes was on screen. No fucking way. Not the toes, bro. Not the toes.
Notified trailers.
Damn toes are very
Can I
important.
shoot Zoro in the toes?
Why though? That's gonna count as a.
Get down and put your hands up! You hurt anywhere?
Shut up!
There may be one or multiple active shooters on site. Move quickly and clear the area.
Hands up!
Suspect isn't going anywhere.
I shot him in the head and he's still going.
LSPD, get
That
down!
what's he doing?
We're not gonna hurt you.
I'm getting all them civilians and stuff. Gotta have them all cuffed and good. Good to go.
Basically, everyone from season 1, 2, and 3 and NTR movie made a cameo.
What?
Oh,
Bro,
that's
I'm restraining.
Got him.
Yo, that's sick, actually.
Okay, they're missing anyone.
What?
Oh
Did
my
wife
goodness.
Gold Ship was in the movie Coffee.
Police, hands up!
I got work
Suspect
research
covered and
purposes.
secure.
Okay, there's no one there.
You're in safe hands. Civilian ready to go.
Bruh. Okay, I'll go this way. Don't
God.
die, Zoro, okay?
Fuck it.
Police, hands up! Put the weapon
Fuck it. Dropping the grenade.
What did you think was gonna happen? Zipped up and good to go. Entry team to talk. Suspect is down, but breathing.
Doc here.
There you go.
Notifying
All done.
Thames. Suspect secure. They're good.
Upstairs. Hello.
Don't move! You can't make me go!
Oh god, I'm so scared, bro.
Wait! LSPD, don't move! Police, show me your hands!
Oh shit.
Put your hands up now! LSPD, don't move! Cuffed and ready.
Papaya, are you in the top place already?
I'm at the top floor throwing grenades everywhere.
Oh my god, there's a lot of enemies there. Be careful. Have we gone to the basement yet? Oh, there we go. We're going here now.
Hands in the air! Put your hands up and get down slowly!
Report the dead body.
Bucket. Taser! Drop your weapon! I'm tasering his balls!
Yeah, taser his balls.
Got him.
Okay, I'm going back up.
Zipped up.
Talk to entry team.
Going to.
Oh, we break order to chaos. No more.
Nice. Now we just gotta find all them civvies. Yep.
This was all me. Police, show me your hand. Show me your shoes. I mean hands. I mean hand behind your back.
You missed 70% of your shots.
That's crazy. Oh, there we go. I reported the
At least
crime scene.
20% of them was hit.
Hands up! Don't move! Police, don't move!
Don't touch me.
You mean 30.
LSPD SWAT. We have control of Sorolio. We'll bring her into port. We have a number of casualties and
what the fuck?
on board.
Stay calm.
Why'd you...
Ready. Element to talk. Towards the front and back of your hands!
Incoming. Proceed with caution.
Nice.
Yo, they were having a good time with this.
Have you ever been in the presence of royalty?
Get down!
Do not move!
I see how
I'm telling-
papaya. Can you shoot
want-
Zoro? Why?
You want Sibby?
Why would I shoot
You want
Zoro?
Sibby?
He's gonna shoot
Get
back
down!
at me.
Entry team to talk. Evidence good to go.
Get down, Civvy!
Zoro
Thank you.
pinged you? Damn, how dare you, Zoro? How dare you do that?
Why would you ping coffee?
No, I didn't.
Entry team talk.
Lead. This is talk.
Is everyone okay?
Nice.
We did it!
Oh my
Absolute cinema.
goodness.
Absolute cinema, we did it!
Hell yeah. Friendly fire. Oh my god, I got
blame-
A.
I blame Zoro for that one. Let's go.
Let's go. We got
That was
A.
Hell yeah. Yo, what's the next one? What's the next one?
Who's the next one?
Let me see.
Let me do. I'm changing my loadout.
Well, you know what? Let's do Leviathan. That seems...
Oh my god, I haven't been there yet.
Barakuda.
Okay, I'm good. Yes. What is it, Zara? I pressed. You're the one who didn't. It's papaya.
I'm watching my loadout, okay?
Damn,
I
Zara. How
gotta look
dare you do
good.
that to me?
For real. He's such a bad boy.
You should
Don't
pepper
make me
spray
vomit.
no.
He's such a bad boy.
You know what? Let's bomb papaya. Fuck that shit, man.
Alright, I'm ready.
Can't go out, right?
You should pepper spray Zoro. I could do you one better, Coffee. I can taser him.
Damn.
You. Oh shit! This is like Call of Duty, guys. Look, this is Call of Duty.
I'm going to make you step on C4.
Oh.
Damn. Looks like someone on this been Call of Duty.
Oh, this is my first time in this map.
The suspects are refusing to come out or negotiate. You are clear to move in. Eyes on the target.
I thought you were gonna taser him. Come on, taser him.
He's shooting me! I forgot.
Why he got me first?
Fucking Zoro. Fucking Zoro, I swear.
Taser Zoro.
Look at this guy
Taser
acting
Zoro.
innocent.
Fucking Zoro.
Fucking
I am
Zoro,
innocent.
yeah.
Fucking shooter.
Fucking shooter.
I'm not a shooter. I'm a lover. Wait.
Who?
What?
He shoots me then complains he gets shot back.
Tase him.
Wait, how you switch this to the...
Tase him now. Tase him now.
Also Nachi.
Tase him now. Papaya, go tase him now. What?
I got the taser!
Go! Use it!
I am! Uh-oh. Hold on. I got him. Get down on
Only
the
took you
ground!
5 minutes of button mashing.
Oh, look at this string.
Ah,
And
why
shooting
me?
me twice.
Why me? Papaya, why me?
I got you in the blood.
Why? That's crazy.
GG will love it. Get down!
Oh my god, you killed the civilian. Why?
But he scared me, okay? He shouldn't walk like a zombie.
No, why are you sniffing it, Coffee?
We have heavy contact.
Shit. Oh my god, what the fuck is that noise?
I shot a shooter.
That was a shriek. Oh my goodness.
Oh shit. Well, you see them. Oh shit, nice, you got him.
Oh my god, there's some more people down here.
Entry team to talk. One down. Talk to element. Notifying there you go. All done.
Device located.
Collect what you can and
Terminate
keep
the live
moving.
stream.
Civilians good to go.
Talk. Trailers incoming.
Hmm?
Entry team talk. Contact is down.
Notifying trailers.
Restrained.
Did you see where that boat pulled in from? Who are they?
Get out of there
Make
now!
them stable and proceed with mission.
Oh my god, they got me immediately. It's crazy. Sorry guys, I'm down.
No, what happened? Who killed you?
There's 3 of them in that room.
Stay calm while we sort this out. Civilian is ready. Entry team to talk. Civilian ready to transport.
Trailers ready.
Shit.
Put your hands up now.
Oh my god.
Does it come out of nowhere? I fucking hate this game. It's like a scary game. Fucking jump scare every 5
The
seconds,
papaya
bro.
scream is like top tier. Peak.
Bro.
Lead, this is talk. Coroner standing by.
It doesn't come out of nowhere, bro. Not my fault.
Lead, stop.
Lead, this is talk.
Okay, I'm gonna go and go for the rounds.
For the rounds.
I'll make them drink water. While I'm dead.
Where are you, Zoro? Oh, you're up there. Oh, hello.
Suspect ready for whack.
You're okay. Breathe.
I
Drop
don't
and ready.
know the Holmes.
Talk. Civvy is ready.
We're ready for them.
Suspect ready to go.
I would check that one. Oh, shit! Motherfucker, come here.
Be advised, the suspects are holding civilians hostage.
Got him.
Raise your hands above your head.
Got him. Let's go.
Entry team talk.
Talk
Contact
to
ready.
entry team.
All good.
Proceed with your mission.
Don't worry. We're with the LSPD.
Oh, by the way, if you want, we can reset so that way you can come back.
No,
Entry team, this is
it's
talk.
okay.
Trailers notified.
Frank.
You drinking water? What do you drink? Coffee, huh? What do you drink?
Oh, you keep done gaming. And streaming.
Yeah, okay.
Ooh, let me go to Rosie.
I got my wife. She's my wife.
Rosie. I'll make Rosie drink water to care package.
Yes. Oh, I hear someone.
Doc here. EMTs and trailers are standing by. Chopper exiting your area. We're out.
Where is everyone? What the fuck? Downstairs?
This can't be happening.
Oh. Hmm. Alright, nothing here.
I got something. This is not good.
Where the hell is the target?
Hands up! Get down and put your hands up. Don't move. Leave. Stop. Civilian. I want you to get down.
There we go. I'm done with my rounds.
Slowly get down on the ground. LSPD. LSPD. Don't move. Hands up. Don't move. Police. Don't move. Police. Hands up. LSPD. Don't move. Police. Hands in the air. Get down. Down.
Do you find them, Zorro?
Hands in the air.
Can you come back at the side?
No.
We're okay.
Can I like free them? Oh wait, I hear gunshot.
Okay, I'm back with the rounds with the friends. I made them drink water.
Let's go. Zorro died. I'm by myself now.
Oh no, Sorrow. What in the skill issue is that?
Shit.
Ew, drinking water. What do you mean? Alright, I'm back. Did anything happen? I died. He's like, to come back. How was Din Din? What's
He's
for Din
behind
Din?
pipes. Can't see him.
Yeah, I think it's meant to reset because I just killed too many civvies.
Okay.
Alright, I think
Had
this is-
fajitas? Oh my goodness, fajitas. Yum.
I love fajitas. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Like they're yum.
Oh, yeah.
I like quesadilla though. Quesadilla.
Spy on my wife, Rossi. Spy on her.
Go to move and clear.
Ow. Not cool, man. Not cool. Why are you staring? I'm doing something. Why you shot me? I know you shot me, bro.
What? I didn't show you. What do you mean? Hi, Lara. How princess? How was the fun?
Hi, Lyra.
Hi,
It was so
Lyra.
good.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Me want fall too.
You gotta come over. I have some leftovers.
Can you share with us?
I'm sharing my princess.
You not gonna share with me and Zorro? Oh,
No, you're stinky.
Yeah, that's because he's
Wow, you know what?
You call
stinky.
you called me Paula before. I would not let that go.
Bro, I know you're a fox now. You're a better fox than this Zorro person.
To
Fuck
the
you.
ghoul.
Ah.
Doc, write us down.
Doc here. Proceed with
Suspect
mission.
ready to go. Go to the front and back of your hands.
So how's your day? What's going on?
Yeah, what you say?
I just hope you have a good day.
Oh my god, I died again. What the fuck?
Yeah, my
I died
company that I'm
again.
helping out with like the TCG and all that. They had a
Oh
booth at
yeah, the
Offkai this
TCG.
year, and they want me to come and help them out because they're only a one-person like company. But I don't have the funds to do that, so I'm
Oh
having to make
no.
a dono goal for that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Have you been to
Luckily, they're.
Offkai before? Oh, sorry.
I've never been to Offkai before. I don't even leave my house. Yeah, it's rare for me to go on trips, especially trips that far. Because that's like a 6 to 8 hour like drive for me to go over there.
I hope you reach your goal because I have a friend who goes to Offkai and they say it's really nice.
I hope so. I set it to 350 since they're covering like majority of it. I just have to necessarily just pay for my portion of securing a badge, a worker's badge, and the hotel night there.
Ooh.
They're covering food and transport. I just have to provide, you know, extra the funds to help them with the badge and help them out and all that.
Hell yeah.
I hope it works out.
Why is Ready or Not so loud? Ah.
Oh no.
It took a while to download Ready or Not
Okay.
for me. No more way.
Oh my.
Ah, yeah.
I'ma go pee while I'm dodge.
Wait, you dead?
Yeah, I
How did you
died.
die?
Two of them spammed. I got two people like spamming bullets on me, I think. I just saw two people and then like, yeah. It's just like raining bullets. So I'm like, oh man.
It's raining bullets. Hallelujah.
Okay. BRB, I go pay.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Don't forget to hydrate, yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit. Oh, Lyra, have you played the DLCs yet or no?
The DLCs?
Yeah. Like,
For what?
for Ready or Not.
No, I don't think I own any of the DLCs.
Oh, okay. Don't worry. I got you. I got the DLCs. We can play it. Oh shit.
Hell yeah.
Entity top. We got a civilian down. Civilian is cuffed and good to go.
Can't wait for you to teach me how to play as a Sigma.
I don't even play tank. You'll have to ask JD and Shield.
What?
Mainly Shield. He plays tank.
But
You'll have to ask you'll have to ask Shield how he can be, or how he can teach you to be the Alpha Sigma.
Alpha Sigma. I can't believe a character named Sigma and making me want to go back to Overwatch. Right?
Guess what language he speaks.
He speaks German.
I want you to get down slow.
Am I correct?
Dutch.
Yuck, Dutch.
Asshole.
No, Dutch is cool actually. But I think
You
Dutch
have
is
no idea what's going
Just
on here, do you?
Dutch is cool.
Raise your hands above your head. LSPD, hands up. Police, hands in the air.
Wait, is Earl dead?
I'm breathing.
You breathe. Oh, there you are.
Slowly get down on the ground. Put your hands up now.
I'll fight them
LSPD,
myself.
don't move.
Watch your use of force.
Good to go.
I told him to get down, but he didn't want to. I'm like, okay. Boom. So easy.
Entry team, talk. We got a weapon here.
Roger that. This is LSPD SWAT. The rig has been taken over by extremists on the United Planet Front. Repeat, the rig has been taken over. We have heavy contact with the suspect. Several civilians are dead, with others being held hostage somewhere on the rig. We need medical teams and backup on standby.
What the fuck is happening?
I'd be speechless too. Ruining this fucking planet like you are.
Police,
Proceed with your mission.
police, don't move. Show me hands, now.
I can't stop yawning.
Get down and put your hands
Doc
up.
here.
Now.
Trailers en
LSPD,
route.
don't move. Hands up, don't move. Hands up, don't move.
Charlie, do you know what to do? I'm so lost.
I want you to get down.
Find
slowly.
hostiles and civilians.
Stay calm while we sort this out.
I found one, I think.
Civilian is ready.
It's the guys from the boat.
Lead, talk. Civilian secure.
Doc, keep going.
Gee.
Good to go.
Woke up. Put your finger away, woke up. I'm the one that has sex with you right now, woke up.
Dog! What's up, dog?
Doc to entry D. Proceed with your mission.
I see you in chat.
It's the dog.
Oh. It's the dog. How was your stream, dog?
He's still in streaming.
But, I thought, why are you here? Oh my god. Bad doctor.
Raise your hands above your head. LSPD, hands up. Police, hands in the air. Slowly get down on the ground. Put your hands up now. LSPD, don't move. Hands up. LSPD. Police, get down. Police, hands up. Police, don't move. Show me hands now.
Ow! Hit my knee.
Zipped up.
Talk it off. You want air support or not?
No rest for the wicked. Bam, bam, bam. That game looked interesting though. Ah!
Get down and put your hands up. Get down now. LSPD, don't move. Hands up, don't move. Hands up, don't move. I want you to get down, hands in the air. Raise your hands above your head. LSPD, hands up. Police, hands in the air. Slowly get down on the ground. Put your hands up now. LSPD, don't move. Hands up.
LSPD, heads up. Blah 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 blah.
I need to talk. Got a civilian here.
Dams notified.
Ah shit, there's nothing over here. Nope.
Police, hands up.
Good time never seems so good. So good, so good, so good. Sweet Caroline. Ba ba ba. Good time never seems so good. So good, so good, so good. Oh hi. Oh hi. Rescue all the civvies. Terminate the live stream, rescue all the civvies, and probably bring order to chaos. Where the fuck is he?
Police, don't move. Show me hands now.
Holy shit! I found them.
Continue with your mission. Dock to entry team. This can't be the example we're setting.
I just
Oh
got
my god.
I just got
hear
jumped.
Papaya shriek.
I just got jumped there.
But you got it.
Oh my god! I'm sorry. I just.
You did your best. Oh my god, 200. Okay, oh my god, E.
My new high score.
Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna pick up Lara.
Yeah.
Doc came by. Oh, Doc, thank you. Thank you for the hydrating stretches. I did the stretches when I stood up and
Okay, that was my
went to.
40 minutes. Time to sleep.
Okay. Thank you
Damn.
for the game.
Good night. Thank you for the game, Stanky.
You're stinky.
You have a stanky. Have a stanky night.
No, you stank.
No, you
Wow.
stank. You stanker. Big stanker.
Lyra, please keep these children in line.
No. No. I am not
Nah.
a child.
That
I
ain't
can do whatever I want.
happening.
I'll do whatever I
Because we're
want.
behaved.
Rah.
Totally.
Oh my god. Totally.
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 See a potato.
Is it a modded session that you guys are in?
No.
No.
I just tried to join and it says that you guys are in the modded session.
Oh.
Yeah. Zoro told me earlier you have to go to options and then scroll down and to the lowest part, I think, and then it says allow modded players and join modded servers. You just have to enable those and it will work. Because papaya, the stinky papaya has those enabled.
Like I'm not using mod, I swear, okay?
Uh-huh.
I'm not
You
using
use it
mod.
for aim, don't you?
No, I only use
Oh
it for
my
anime girls, okay?
god.
He's using it for
my
aim.
god.
Bruh,
That is crazy.
I can
He's using
aim.
it for x-ray. Oh my
Oh
god.
my
Hitbox.
god.
Use it for hexbox like in Call of Duty.
Officer Fraser, please call extension 4342.
Mambo.
Officer Fraser,
Mambo.
4342.
Mambo.
I heard Mambo.
Wee wee.
Bye,
Wee
Mambo.
wee.
Wee wee.
Wee wee. Stanky wee wee.
Stanky wee wee is crazy.
Oh my god.
Mambo. Oh my god, it's a liar.
It's a
Help!
Lara. It's a princess.
What you doing with that? Hey, hey, that's not
Yes.
allowed.
Yes,
Streamer help. No, streamer help.
bully. Bully the papaya. Bully.
No.
We bully
Uh-oh.
the papaya.
No, but
Bully.
no, no bullying.
Bully.
This is anti-bullying,
Bully.
okay? We are anti-bully.
Holy.
I love that game, Bully. Alright. Alright. What do you guys feel like doing? Feel like doing the ship, the house invasion, or the streamer house?
Whichever. Honestly.
Yeah.
I'm happy wherever as long as I can with y'all. I'm happy.
Aw.
Oh
I'm happy
my
too. Let me see.
Now I want some soup too. I'm like, warm soup.
It was the perfect weather right now for some soup.
Oh my
Hell yeah.
god.
Now it's getting warmer though. Thank God. I don't like cold.
Oh, I don't like
there.
warm though. I live in a warm country.
I don't like either.
I like cold better.
I rather
Cold
deal with the
is
heat than
better.
cold. I
Cold
hate
is
the feeling of cold.
better.
No,
Yeah,
it's
but with the
not.
cold, you can bundle up when it's hot. You
Yeah.
can't strip all the way
No, but
down.
it,
Even
with the cold,
if you
you get the
strip yourself
sniffles. You get the
naked.
cold.
Even if
get
you
sick.
strip
With the
yourself
cold,
naked,
you
you
just get
can't cuddle.
layers,
Yeah.
cozy soup and tea, hot drinks.
Yes. That's
I mean,
true.
you could do that in summer. You could drink tea this summer.
You
Huh?
can't drink hot tea
That's
because then
hot.
Summer.
you could potentially
That's
risk
hot.
yourself in getting heat stroke if you drink something hot in summer.
Yeah.
I mean, British people take afternoon tea, so why not? Why not, right?
It's British. They don't
It's
have hot weather. Their weather don't count. Their hottest day of the year is like 70 degrees for us. That's nothing.
Yeah, you say 6, 7.
Can we send him to the gulag, princess?
Yes, yes.
No.
You know what? You know what? You know
Yes.
what? Let's chase his ass.
I think so.
No, grenade. 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 Hey. Ow. Taser,
Why are you
taser.
shooting me, princess? Nerd.
Taser.
No
You
one
killed me
survives
too.
this.
You killed me
I'm
too.
sorry, princess.
Wow.
Wow.
You killed the princess. How dare you?
It must be done.
All right. Let me drink a water. I'm thirsty.
Yeah, stay hydrated.
When I left you in the summer. I like how the thing says knock knock. I like that.
Knock knock.
Yeah, the what do they call it? The thing that knocked the doors.
Battering rams?
Yeah, battery rams. That's what.
Entry team, this is Todd.
It's had knock knock on
Negotiations
it.
have fallen apart. Move to secure the premises. Suspects are highly volatile.
Cover my movement.
Ow! How you did that?
I just nudged you.
Well, how you do the nudging?
B.
On my controller? Oh no.
Oh wait, you use controller? I don't know for controller. I play on keyboard, so yeah. Keyboard and mouse supremacy.
Hey, I know what you, bro. Lyra, I'm being bullied. I'm being bullied by Lyra. Oh God.
You're just making fun of the papaya.
Yeah. Why? Every time I go blind, every time you hit me, I go blind. Why? Why did nudge turn you blind? Before I pass out, when Snake wake up and launch the game, y'all have to leave the lobby and turn off the modded tank, then enable crossplay. Okay.
Okay.
But tonight gonna be a good night. Ow! You know what? Taser!
You act like that stops me!
Open the door! What is it, bro?
Oh, the bed.
Here, I can batter it.
Batter it, batter it.
Oh, let's go.
Nice.
Noise. Careful. Stay frosty. Oh, that's
Shoot papaya in the butt and I'll be nice to you for the rest of the week. Got you.
You shot my leg. What the f?
I shot you in the butt.
Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. Shot the wrong person. I said I shot the wrong person. I'm sorry.
That's what you get.
Ow.
We're being shot at.
I got him.
Let's go.
The suspects have taken hostages.
Uh-oh. They're taking hostages.
Lead, this is Todd. Civilians have been taken hostage.
I'm dropping light.
Dropping a light.
Dropping a light. Light stick out.
Light stick out.
Light stick out.
Cam light out.
Light stick
Cam
out.
light. Light stick out. Oh my goodness.
Oh, motherfucker.
You went in that back room right there.
The back rooms?
Got him.
LSPD, get down!
Oh my god. Stop being dramatic. This guy
Oh
being
my
way dramatic.
god, he keeps whining.
Whining. It's not like he got shot or anything.
Ow!
Lead, this is Talk. The suspects have taken
Where were they shooting you from?
Good night.
In front here. Like, oh my god.
Oh god.
Just how?
Got him.
My god. I have a shield, but it doesn't work. God damn.
Oh, I hear a city.
Talk here. Notifying morgue.
Police, don't move!
Where is she?
There's a person here, but I can't even see him.
That's
It
hard. Oh my god.
Wait, did you kill? Wait, was it a civvy or? Oh,
I got the hostage.
Let's go! Oh my god, that was good.
Entry team to Talk.
This is Talk.
One down.
Nice.
Nice
Hell
one,
yeah.
lady.
Stream. And nice.
Civilian is cuffed and good to go. Lead to Talk. Civilian secure.
Send them our way.
That's a CP.
Yo, this is a nice house. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a very big house. I'm lost already.
Oh, I found you, Nachi.
I'm on the topmost floor, I guess.
I don't want to die like this. I'm not putting anything down. Shut the fuck up and let me think.
Oh, I hear someone in there.
I won't see anything. Just walk away.
Oh, hostage! Oh, I save her! I save her!
Police, show me your hands.
Nice.
Nice.
Safe hands.
Don't shoot.
Civilian restraint.
Good night. Wish I could play with Larry too, but time zones have lots of fun. Not cheap, Papa and Larry. Thank you, Zara. You have a good night too.
Good night.
Good to go.
You just
There's always
work
next
here. Yeah, there's a lot of next time.
Tell me what's going on.
Yeah.
Slowly.
Oh.
LSPD.
They're going to kill us all.
There's one behind that door.
Just don't shoot, huh?
Alright.
LSPD, don't
Get down, Shivy!
The suspects have taken hostages.
Good to go. Preposterous. Lead, stop.
Hey.
You want to be done? The suspects are...
How dare you?
Oh crap, where is he?
I saved the civilian.
This
Nice.
is necessary for the safety of everyone.
Bro, why?
Okay.
This is the most fanciest bathroom ever.
Yeah, it's so big.
It's unnecessary.
zipped up and good to go.
Civilian is cuffed and good to go. Civilian is good to go.
Dab him.
We're ready.
Okay, that's all of the civilians. That means it's only the enemy.
Okay,
Hell
perfect.
yeah. Okay. Can go all out now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Fuck you.
Suspect is down and in need of medical attention. Got them all zipped up.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, there's a vault thing over here.
Oh.
Panic room is inactivated. Inactive.
Hands in the air! Police!
How to open it though?
I have no idea.
Maybe there's something that we have to look for?
Probably a code, maybe?
Maybe?
Oh! Where are you? Oh! I see someone. Come on, pop your head. I see you!
Entry team to talk. Talk to lead. Proceed with mission. Got him.
Got him.
Got him.
Yeah.
Hands up! Do not move!
Did you just... What
the hell?
Where did that come from? What?
Oh, don't do it,
Oh,
don't do it.
oh, ow! Oh my god, I died.
Nachi!
No! I died!
Oh my god.
I didn't notice where he was coming from.
Myra, hell. Oh, never mind.
Element to talk.
Entry team, this is Todd.
I
Notify.
died.
Oh, I got everyone. Nachi! I can have your channel, right? It was part of your
Yes.
will. Yay.
I lived the last will to papaya.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lead, this is Talk. Restrained.
What? Oh, that was
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, damn. A B? Is that pretty good? A B? I'll take it.
The friendly fire goddess.
Definitely Zoro. I make my mistake. Let me
Officer
see
Baker,
what
report to staff
else.
services.
Ooh. Oh, I haven't done this one yet.
Oh, that one. Okay, okay.
And me and Doc did that one, and I yelled at him for over an hour with how improper the Mexican spelling was.
Oh no.
Oh.
One of the things on the menu is literally called the white man taco.
The white man taco. What?
Yeah, if you do it in translation, it literally translates to the white man taco.
Damn. Oh, it was in this white man taco.
Who knows? It was literally on like the advertisement thing.
I want to try it, bro. I want
Wait,
to
let me
try
check that. Yeah, let me check that too. I wasn't paying attention to that.
Yeah, after me and Doc like secured like majority of everyone, we just had like a couple of pieces of equipment left. I was like, all right, let me take a look at this Mexican food that they're doing, and I translated all of the like Spanish words to it.
Hell yeah! Let go get some white man taco, guys. Let's go.
Contact with the suspects. They are angry and volatile. You are go for
Angry. Why they angry? Why you angry? Ow! Oh my god, am I gonna die immediately?
They're angry. They're truly angry. Man, I wish this place was Los Pollos Hermanos of Breaking Bad, bro.
Don't move! Put your hands up now! Put your hands where I can see them.
Oh my god, I thought this cardboard guy was real.
Civilian is cuffed and good to go. I got you. Don't worry. Civilian is ready.
Alright, let me see this.
Element, talk.
Okay, which part? Which part?
Diablo
So
sauce.
the Gringo Blanco translates to.
That's how you That's actually how you say it.
That's literally called the white man.
The Banco. Oh, because of the white sauce on top. Okay, you know what? That makes sense. Looks good.
But yeah, I was like, I was yelling at him for like a good hour. I was like, this isn't the right way.
What else? Quesadilla combo.
Oh my god,
Rapid burrito.
quesadilla.
Fajitas. A Mexican pizza. What is
He came out with the shotgun. I'm only defending myself.
It's self-defense.
Now
There's
you
a
going to
Sevi right
jail.
here.
Hello, sure.
Oh my god, the burgers are burning. No!
It's fucking raw!
It's fire
raw!
Notifying trailer.
Ah! Again? He's hiding there on the thing. There we go. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Oh shit! Nache!
He blanked, like shot me point blank. What the fuck?
Oh. He was camping in that corner. He almost got me. Do you want to restart?
Proceed with mission.
Nah, I'm okay.
Oh, fuck!
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Oh my god!
Nicky comes blazing at us!
Bro, he
Yeah!
What the fuck?
Jesus!
Why are they so angry about? Why are they so angry?
I don't know, they just are.
You know what? They're angry because Smiley Friends is ending. I'll be angry too.
What? What's that?
Yes.
Huh?
Smiley Friends is ending, bro. I'm sad.
What's that?
Fuck you, Zaro. You can't get
You never
me.
you never heard of Smiling Friends? Oh,
Nope.
It's a good show. Oh, you should watch it.
It sounds like possibly brain rot.
That because it is.
Then I'm not watching it. I like to preserve my brain.
But it's a funny brain rot.
I saw that jump. No, not really.
Five Nights at Freddy.
Put your hands up now! LSPD, don't move! LSPD, police, hands up!
Double kill. Double kill.
Nice
Like,
one.
finally, this dude was not wanting to go down.
He didn't want
This
to
food has a D
surrender.
rating on their cleanliness.
Ew.
That's ill, disgusting.
Disgusting!
Ah! They were running. Oh my god, Papaya.
Careful, careful. There's
Careful,
more.
yeah.
What? They're still alive after that?
They're in the corner. They're at the corner. I see their guns sticking out.
Yep. Careful, careful.
What the fuck you want me for? I was just eating. Cover me.
Had to double check. The last time I did that, it gunned me in front of my face.
Civilian restraint. What they were doing, a state. Civilian ready for transport.
Trailers incoming. Proceed with caution.
Okay, let's
Okay, let's go around.
let's secure first.
Yeah.
Oh, remember the guy
Before going
upstairs.
anywhere.
Suspect is down.
Thames notified.
There you go. All done.
You're gonna take these off soon, right?
Element, talk.
can go?
We have a suspect down here. Need
Medical
suspect
assistance
cuffed and
standing by.
secure.
I can go?
Are we missing anything?
I almost shot you. Get down.
You should have tasered
You're
him.
lucky I'm not trigger happy.
I got you. Don't worry.
I could be.
Lyra's
Okay, I'll
a
go
good
again, shoot
Lyra's
them hard.
situation.
Okay. No, they always shoot me hard instead.
Show us the front and back of your hands. Get down slowly.
Since we're saving them, do you think we could get food for free?
You can cook them for
Let's
free.
clear freezer. I think this is freezer.
Get down and put your hands up.
This is outside.
Freezer is good.
Okay.
Freezer clean. Oh my god. Oh my god,
Oh,
what
you
is that
shush.
noise? Like disgusting. That's how Zoro cries at night, like bruh.
Yeah, I always laugh
Accurate.
at him.
Sounds like they're at the left.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Oh,
He
saved us,
hostage someone, so yeah.
Lead to talk. Contact is down.
Notifying morgue.
Okay.
Ready to go.
Ow, 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 ow. What the fuck?
Oh god.
Ah, my bad. Hey,
Lyra!
you killed me with that grenade.
I'm sorry.
Camonachi.
It stunned my vision, and so they got the better shot.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
the last hole. Complete the mission.
Notifying Tim.
They're at the far left.
Okay, okay.
Oh shit.
Wait. Oh, I ran out of stuff. Bro, this is point blank. How?
I'm not going anywhere.
Yep. I'm surprised he's not yet still. He's still not shooting after all those. That's crazy. Oh my god, what? I bandaged myself already. I'm like, hold on, wait, I gotta bandage myself. Don't shoot.
He would be fair, you know. He was waiting for you to have a fair fight. There you go.
He was like,
Oh
we'll
my
wait.
God.
It's okay. Green
It's
light, green
okay,
light.
yeah. Bandage yourself first before we fight again. Yeah.
What a gentleman.
Got a suspect down.
Proceed with
Got
your
them all
mission.
zipped up. Hands
What's
up!
going on out there?
Don't run!
Come
I'm
on,
not
hurry
moving
up.
until someone
Bro.
listens to me.
Hurry.
I'm on the ground, okay? Don't shoot.
You're gonna be okay.
Taking your
On the
time.
ground, don't shoot.
Civilian is toast and good to go.
Do my job.
Okay, are we missing something else? Probably just cleaning up, right?
Probably.
The guns and stuff.
I think I'll let you have to find something too.
Oh yeah. What do we need? Find.
Probably somewhere outside.
I think it's the vans that were full of like cash, I believe.
Oh. Outside? This one?
That
to your
van?
right. To your right.
This one.
That van that's parked right there. I think it's that.
Okay, we'll see. Oh.
Lead to talk. Evidence secured.
Secure the area and we'll send forensics in.
Is that it?
Look at all that money.
Still? No, it's still not complete. What? What am I missing? Did I miss to
Did we
report
get-
something here?
We got all the bad guys.
Was there maybe something at the desk?
Yeah, let me check that.
Yeah, probably.
Oh,
Hands in the air! Talk. Secured.
that everything?
Yeah,
It was. Yeah.
We got the woo.
Oh, we didn't rescue everyone. They killed the CV.
Yeah, there was a civvy in the supply closet that was already dead when they saw him.
Oh,
Yeah, probably is a hostage situation. Oh. E.
E E E E E E.
E.
I wonder if Snake is awake.
Chief Alvarez, please call
We
4342.
could wait for the bat, though.
4342.
Oh yeah, what time is it?
Earlier he said 2 hours, so it's been an hour.
So
Oh, this one. Oh my god.
what?
A lot of bumps.
Oh, oh, it's like that one level that the building full of bums.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Uh, how can this happen to me? Make my mistake. Whee!
I'm just eating some bread.
What type of bread? Sourdough bread?
It's a bread we call pandesal.
Ooh,
It's a soft,
that's just so.
small bread.
That just
Regular
sounds
bread,
pretty
I'd
good.
say. Yeah. A bit salty, but not too salty. It's yum. Me like it.
Yum yum.
Yum yum. Guess it's 12 already, so I'm like, kinda hungry. I eat something. Here we go again.
Lead, this is Doc.
Work
Suspect is dug in and may have
there we
planted
go.
traps. Move with extreme caution.
I'm going down.
All right.
I don't like going in front there. They usually are lurking in there.
Oh, oh yeah. How you get the infrared? Oh, and there we go.
Don't want to shoot you. Put it down.
Suspects have taken hostage.
This don't mean shit.
Bastard.
Civilians have been taken hostage.
Oh my god, civilian hostage again. What the fuck?
I hate that's a new thing now. I hate it.
Civilians have been taken hostage.
Copy. Dealing with it now.
This is Doc. The suspects have taken civilians prisoner.
Oh my god, why?
Team to talk. Contact down.
Continue
Zipped up
with
and
your
good to
mission.
go.
Where are you going, bitch?
Police, hands up! Oh, we doing this now? Suspect cuffed and secure.
Nice.
Hands in the ready. Compliant.
Doc to entry team. Trailers en route.
All right.
I got you. Get down.
Oh, I already heard the hostage situation.
Oh my god.
Left.
Civilian reporting. Excellent work. Don't stop now.
Where is he? Oh.
Fuck. I didn't mean to do that.
I saved a civilian.
Nice.
Nice.
Bro doesn't want to move.
Bro, what is this guy going? Oh fuck!
We have rules outlined.
Ow! Where is he coming from?
We're with the police. Civilian ready to go. Entry team to talk.
Sometimes it's bugged.
Oh,
my
he's up
god.
there. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Damn it. Careful. He's like on the. He's upstairs.
Notifying Cam.
Yeah, that's why I don't like going in front of the door because they're usually just lurking, all of them in there.
We're not gonna hurt you.
Roger that, entry team.
Cuffed and ready. Lead to talk. Civilian ready for transport.
Talk. Trailers incoming.
Police, show me your hands.
Fine, officer. Not one of them.
You're gonna be okay. Good to go.
Please, I just want to
Doc,
go home.
civilian secure.
This is talk. Proceed with mission.
LSPD, don't move. Entry team to talk. Weapon on site.
Copy that.
Put your hands up now. Disarming.
Oh, they're trapdoors too. Shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of trapdoors in this map. Oh my god. You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I shot him.
Nice. Actually, I think that's the same guy that killed me.
This is talk. Continue mission.
More like, fuck y'all.
I said.
Ah, what? Where the fuck was that? Oh my god, somebody got me. Hi, Sad. Sad, come here, come here, come here, come here, Sad.
Entry team, this is talk.
Sad.
I know someone's in there.
Sad, come join.
Do you go fuck with the 213?
Hello. Shut up, Billion! Thank you for the follow, Billion.
Billion.
Oh, wow.
Or Mr. Foster.
Mr.
What's
Foster.
Yeah. I try to call it by his former, very former name. Thou did it happen to me.
Move again. I dare you.
Stop it.
Perish. No. Lyra's
Why
carrying us.
For real. Why everyone keep telling me to perish?
I'm not saying shit to you.
Oh, former. Oh, thank you, Seth. I got my words mixed up.
Lead to talk.
Lead, this is talk. EMTs and trailers are standing by.
Still saying Frosted though.
Frost.
Foster.
Proceed with your mission.
Foster.
I want to talk to my lawyer.
You don't have a lawyer. I see you.
Yeah, oh.
That's what you get.
Entry team to talk.
Lead,
Suspect
this
is
is
down.
talk.
Officer on.
Cam's notified.
Each mess up is an added tally mark to each week without higher consideration. Oh no. The poor papaya. I already cleared that, but yeah, there might be someone going
I
around.
can always run into old places.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, we've already cleared this area.
There's still like the third floor though, and also the garden stuff.
Yeah.
Was it garden?
Yeah.
Did the garden too?
Yeah.
Ah, man.
Not really a garden, more like a backyard type shit.
Door's already open. That's not a good sign.
Shit. Careful, Lyra.
Lead to talk. Weapons secure.
Secure the area and we'll send forensics in.
Based set response. Ready or not, here I come. Can hide.
You can hide. Gonna find you.
Talk. Threat is down.
You are clear to proceed.
Don't move, don't talk, don't breathe wrong.
I hear them.
Nothing but a pause, officer.
Nothing but a fall. Oh
No.
Ain't ready for this.
shit. Ah, haha, no.
Yeah, they had the high ground there.
You did good though. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I like playing these types of games.
Beep, 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 beep. Let's try again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm out of bread.
So what you guys doing after this?
I'm just gonna chill and sleep, maybe. I don't know yet if I'll sleep.
May have planted traps in multiple areas on site. Make entry. Exercise extreme caution.
Okay.
Is there another way we could go through, like here? Oh shit.
Police, get down.
One just ran through the shed.
Be advised,
I ran into the shed.
holding civilians hostage.
It was a civvy though, I think.
Talk here. The suspects have taken hostage.
They still didn't get. Oh my god, are you serious?
Get down and don't move.
Oh shit. Careful, careful.
Got that gun, but I got hands. Ain't we're dying today.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay. Got him.
Thank you, Spire.
You're welcome.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of knife guys here as well.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with them because they'll run up to you and
Yeah.
stab you.
You will think they're civilians, but nah.
So definitely tase him. Gotcha.
Tase them.
Tase him, tase him.
The suspects have taken civilians prisoner.
I can't tell if
There
that was
might
a
be
wire or
someone
not.
here.
Be advised, suspects are
Hold on,
holding
let me-
civilians hostage.
I'll
Okay,
clear
no
this
wire.
one real quick.
Y'all got no damn idea who you messing with. Look at you thinking.
Okay, this one's clear.
Ow. Okay, wait, not clear, not clear. Not clear.
Civilians have been taken hostage.
Oh, someone is running down. Holy.
Oh, okay. I have to defend myself. He got a knife.
Yeah, that's what they'll do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yup.
Stabilize them and we'll send EMTs.
Motherfucker.
Drop it and put your hands up.
My god.
There's like so many up there.
Continue with objective.
Where are
Wait, have
they?
you cleared out this room?
I think not yet. I'll
No,
just
I
get
just
this
opened it.
one here.
Let's clear out floors first.
Okay.
Okay, I cleared the one that's shooting from the second floor. Ow, ow, ow. What the fuck? How dare you? Oh my god. Okay. I'll just close this shit up. Close that
Ow,
door.
motherfucker. Ow, motherfucker. Ow, motherfucker.
Lead the talk. Threat is down.
Where is he?
Got him. Doc, we got a suspect
Oh,
here
hi.
in need of medical attention. Suspect ready to go.
He's upstairs.
It went upstairs?
Yeah, they were shooting me from upstairs. Careful.
Doc, got one down.
Doc to entry team.
There you go.
You are clear
All
to
done.
proceed.
Pardon me, voice again.
Yep,
This is Tom.
that's him.
EMTs and trailers are standing by.
Get the fuck away from me.
LSPD, don't move.
Oh, hi.
Police,
Where is he?
hands up.
Shotgun.
LSPD, don't
Okay, I killed the one that ran upstairs.
Get down and put your hands up.
Yep.
entry team to
Don't worry, we're
I
gonna
also killed the hostage taker.
Good to go.
arresting me. Talk.
Lead the talk. Civilian is secure.
There we go.
Yeah.
Slowly.
Pick up the
Nice
shotgun.
job. Oh my goodness.
There we go.
Take him from both sides. Oh my god.
We're cooking.
Have a good. Oh, ow, 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 ow.
Ow.
Oh, fuck.
Where?
Oh, no, it's up here.
Upstairs.
Okay, he dead.
Wait, have you cleared the second
Uh,
apartment?
No, we haven't.
Oh, you know what?
We
Let-
gotta
But
clear
I
that.
incapacitated the one that's been, No, that
Don't
was
don't
open.
kick the door. Don't kick the
Wait.
door.
Okay, no trap.
Don't
no trap.
forget, there's bombs
No
laced
trap.
with these
My
doors.
bad. My bad.
Get your hands up now. Police, show me your hands.
Alright.
Shut up and don't move.
We're doing good so far. Oh my god.
Suspect secure. Ready for pickup.
Trailers inbound.
This.
Oh, there might be a bomb there. Last time I did. There is.
Can't.
No, there's none.
No
There's
bomb.
none. Looks good.
Should be you in these fucking cuffs.
Yeah, the other one has it though.
Disarming.
Oh, there it is.
Yep. All good. Okay.
Alright, let's move on up.
Alright, we cleared the
Lights
floor.
stick out.
We cleared the floor.
Cam light out. Cam light.
Oh, Snack replied to me now.
Lights stick out.
There's probably another person here.
Possibly.
No. Oh my god, that's new. Oh, there we go. Oh my god. Okay, there.
Got him.
Finally.
Nice.
Okay, gotta report this shit.
Yeah, report the weapons.
Hands up.
Yep, there we go.
There.
Suspect ready to go.
Go.
Nice.
Dang! Got him.
I really like it when Papaya is like.
Why you want me? Why you like when I'm
sharp.
scared, bro?
Like. Classic Papaya.
Suspect cuffed and secure.
There you go.
Suspect is down and in need of medical attention. Ready for court.
There.
Okay, I think we cleared this building so we can head on to the underground part of this.
Assessing Papaya's marksman potential as well as keeping it
What are you
control
doing?
under pressure.
What?
Why are you bringing
Drop the civvy.
What?
Drop
I can use my pay. I can use
Drop
my
the
pay.
civvy. No,
You're
drop the
using it as
civvy.
a hostage?
Fine.
What? Ow!
Oh
Why would you
shoot,
throw
like I
it
shoot the
to me?
hostage.
You said to drop him. You said to drop him. So I did.
Man, that dude's face is kinda...
He
I'm
was
sorry, my dude.
his face.
That is crazy. Why would you do that, Papaya? Like, he's hurt. Say sorry to him.
Say sorry.
Yeah, you
Sorry,
hurt.
Civvy.
You hurt his feelings.
Alright, I'm sorry, Civvy. Why you keep moving?
Come on,
Civvy.
let's go. I'm keeping
Did
a
we get
lookout on
everything
him,
already?
making sure. I'm pretty sure we cleared out this building, yeah, so we can head on to the underground portion of it.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Wait. Alright.
Is this really necessary?
Police,
You
hands up!
threw that poor man. He was trying to stab people, okay?
Oh, this one's scuffed already. Be careful of the door, though. That might be rigged.
Oh, this one's a rigged door, I think. I can't tell.
Yep, it is. It is.
Oh,
I got it.
That could have ended badly.
Okay, you got it.
Show us the front and back of your head.
Oh, the police is already reported, I see.
Yeah, we reported all this, so we had to go out to the underground section.
Alright.
Okay.
How bad can the underground section be? His hand were tied. He was thinking about it.
I forget where we go here.
Does this
Is
have
it like
a way underground? I don't think
We gotta go
so.
in this building?
Nah, it's only just this building that we need to clear. We're missing someone.
Oh no, we just went in circles.
Where is it?
Roll it. Pop out my skull. I have that set on people.
Is it down here? Or is it bugged?
Hope that vest thick, 'cause I remember faces.
Is there
There we go.
LSPD, get down!
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, hi.
Suddenly came out of your back, and I'm like, what the fuck?
She's a kip out of nowhere.
Civilian, ready for transport.
Hey.
Oh, there's still a soft mission.
What's the other mission?
I have no idea. Did we miss to report something?
Probably a weapon.
Can't do much when his hands are tied behind his back and can't even reach for a bag of checks mix. Let the note on To answer your question earlier, I have a laptop to stay over and say this. Oh, yay! Finally! Happy for you, Joe. Sorry, I was dropping off my sister at Rockwell. Oh, be safe outside. Also, it's so hot. Stay under the shade, or if possible, stay hydrated as well. The effect is awesome, nausea. Visible stink lines. Shower. Your rotten
Bro,
crew. Oh, what?
you know, I do shower. All that stink.
Papaya stanky.
No,
Oh my
it came from Zorro.
god.
It came from Zorro.
The stanky papaya.
No. What did we miss?
Yeah, what are we missing?
Hands up, don't move.
Quit blaming Zorro for your stink.
For your rank
But
stink.
but but he is.
You
Are we
stink.
missing?
You stink. Big stank. Oh my god, they got fries. They got chicken nugget. What is that?
In this
That's the
bathroom,
other
maybe?
one. There's pizza on the fridge. Oh my goodness.
How long are you gonna leave me like this?
I don't know.
LSPD!
I hope it's not glitch. That would suck.
Yeah. Rank quadruple S plus 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 tank. That's a lot of plus.
Hell yeah, the
Well,
first
we
S
could
rank
vote
ever.
for it to finish though, so we could just finish it. This is.
Yeah.
I don't know what we missed
Yeah, cause
though.
I'm not seeing what we're missing.
Yes.
Well, I think I'm gonna put CS.
Okay.
Big bad lawman, look at you. You scared.
Let's vote.
I voted.
I voted to.
They make each other stink. They are the stinky magnets. Oh.
Stinky madness.
Oh
Oh my
god.
god. One
It
causes
was
problems and
evidence.
one tries to fix too much.
There was 2 evidence
Preach
that
silly
we
mouth.
just didn't secure.
Wait, there was an evidence?
Oh, we
There was 2.
missed?
2?
Oh, where was it though? It should have been like
I
lighting
don't
up, right?
know.
It should light up as yellow.
Yeah.
Like, what were the other evidence? We got the cop, we got the weapons.
I mean, if you want to do it again, I'm okay.
I was gonna say that would have to be my last. I gotta go feed the dogs.
Oh, the doggo!
Thank you for playing,
Thanks for the
Lyra.
one game,
Yeah.
Lara.
Thank you for
Yeah.
carrying us, really.
Yeah, thank you for the carry. Lara carrying us.
I just work here, man.
Just working.
Work here. You know what? I'll give you pizza. I'll give you pizza for your efforts.
I can't have pizza.
Oh no!
Yeah, I can't have pizza due to dietary restraints.
Oh.
Aww.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I give you water. There you go. Water bottle.
Okay.
As a reward.
Is
I head
set?
out now.
Oh.
Bye bye.
Bye bye, Lyra.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Mama. Okay.
Alright. You want to keep going, or do you want to wait for bats or whoever?
I don't know.
Wait,
I
who?
think I might end the stream now. But I can still
You want
game.
Okay.
I'm
I
like
can game
live
for a
for
couple
7
more.
hours already, but we can still
Oh my.
game.
7 hours? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Let's go. But who you gonna raid?
Who could be raid?
How can
So
they happen to me? I make my
wait, let me
mistake.
check. There's Doc, there's Lou, there's Rosie,
Oh,
there's
Nachi's live.
Lisa.
We should go raid Nachi.
What?
Yeah, Nachi, you're that Nachi. She's live.
Can't
That's
collude.
you. You're live.
Doesn't
Go raid your
me.
go raid
It doesn't
yourself.
me.
Oh,
Oh no.
no. Now go shower, gets the stank off.
Oh my god, no, not the stank.
I have you know I
I will
smell like
shower and
allspice.
take off the stank of Zorro. Cause he's
Yeah.
stanky.
Don't worry, just use allspice and that will help a lot.
The allspice.
The
Classic.
allspice.
Okay. Uh wait, I'm a instrument then we can game again.
Okay.
Okay, I will just read real quick. Okay. Yep.
God.
Wait. Sad, do you want a game?
Thank you for the
Sad, do you
game.
want a game? Thank you for the game, Papaya. Wait, Papaya, do you have fake trigger?
Well, thank you for the stream, I mean.
Do you have a fake trigger?
Do I have a what?
Fake trigger.
Uh, Fate trigger?
Yeah,
Let me
it's a
see.
battle royale.
Why did that sound so familiar? Hold on. Let me check.
It's a battle royale, and yeah. What game I doing laundry? Oh, ready or not?
Wait, I thought
Thanks
we
for
were doing
sharing.
Fate
Thank you,
trigger.
Zoinks. No, I was just asking if you have it.
I'm confused. What is wrong with my Steam, bro?
Oh
It's not
my
even working.
god. If you have it, Rose will be like, Papaya, Papaya, you got a game with it. You got a game.
What was that?
Oh my god. Oh, if you only know how Rose is so addicted to that game. Like, bruh. She's like, yeah, just like raging and stuff. Like, you gotta play, you gotta
Oh yeah, I think I do have that game actually. It just need to be downloaded.
Oh. Okay, let me just raid out and then we continue gaming. Continue the gaming.
Yeah, the demo, right?
Yeah, the demo.
Yeah, there we go.
We're waiting still for the bat though. Bat is taking a long time. Bat.
Marcus!
Wait, it's Snake! Snake!
It's a Marcus!
Snake! Other artist said she couldn't go. Oh, it's okay, Zoe. It's okay. Bat showering? Bat showers?
Oh my gosh, she's
That's
not
new.
stinky. She's not stinky.
I thought bats. Oh wait, isn't it like bats
What?
take a like IRL bats, like the animal bats take a bath by bathing in their pee because they're upside down.
What? They bathe with their pee?
Yeah,
Yuck! Why?
yuck. You know,
Yuck!
right?
Why would they bathe in someone piss?
And they also poop like upside down, so they poop like like
Yuck!
yuck.
No wonder they carry diseases. Fucking covered someone piss and poop.
The bat.
Oh, hi, Bats. I didn't realize you were I learned from National Geographics, okay? I know bats carry disease.
Kirby, no, don't eat papaya.
Kirby, no! Why are you eating me? Get off of me!
Kirby, eat papaya. Oh my god. Bat stink. If you're gonna go live, I'm just gonna wait for you and then I'll just raid you.
Hell yeah, let's go raid on the bats.
Yeah. I'm just waiting, I guess. Back after dinner. Welcome back, Shatter. How was it then?
You carry a disease, papaya. I carry disease of love. That's my disease. I carry
Ew,
love.
yuck. I put it back to you. I gave it back to you. Ew, yuck.
What do you mean? Why no one loves?
Oh
Why no one loves
no!
me?
The barrier
Oh
toggle. Oh
shit!
no! That
Nashi
is
gets a
some
bear
whack
ear.
scientific name for it. Oh,
Oh, what is that? Bear ear
keep
toggle
away from me.
challenge?
Yeah, I like when the challenge is met on Twitch. I get to unlock a bear ear for my model.
Oh, that's so
I
sick.
give them a bear ear toggle because right now I have a cat. Okay, I have a cat. I have a dog. I have a horse. And I have a rabbit.
Oh, be a Uma, be a rat, be a horse,
A
be a Uma.
horse. Sometimes I do be
Be
a horse.
Uma Musume.
Uma pioi. Uma pioi. Wait, what? Who's got a disease? Papaya. Yes. It
No, I
generally
got
sounded
disease
like
of
Papaya
love.
was absolutely jumping to project by dissing bad Saichi.
Ah. No, I'm not talking about bad bats. I'm talking about IRL bats. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm not talking about the deaf bat. I'm talking about IRL bats.
I'm
It was
setting up
Nachi who
stuff.
started it. Bro.
They turned around on you, Papaya. Oh no. I setting up
What, you're
stuff and doing one
tempting?
work email plus got update Space Marine. Okay. Okay, I just wait for you, I guess. Damn, you're still working. What the hell? Why are you still working? It's so late already.
Remember, your attempt means little. No longer taking application.
The actual name for it is Disease of Absolute Irremovable Hellfire Stench. What the?
Holy shit.
That's one big name, Billy.
That is that is actually clever. What the heck? That's actually clever.
Remember, Papaya attempts mean little, no longer taking applications. Ooh, boss
No.
bat stuff.
I want
Damn.
to be in the harem.
In the harem.
How could it happen to
I'm in the Tabby harem now, and also in the Lara harem, and in the Bros harem.
the bros?
What's next? What's next? Am I gonna be in which harem? Do I apply to
Zoro.
Billion? No! Ew! Disgusting. I feel the last slot. No more slot for the papaya. Oh, the poor papaya.
No.
No, Zoinks! No! No! Why did you do that? Oh no, you lost
Careful,
everything. You were top 3 already. Why'd you waste it? Yeah. Whose harem is next? I don't know. I don't know. And hello, hi operator. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. You know what? Fuck this game.
Damn.
Bros.
You lost everything, bro. You lost everything.
Rage quit. Let me risk it. Oh no, Shadow.
I hate begging, so
He risked
alright.
it.
I
Five.
won't beg no more. I won't beg.
You
I
won't
won't
beg no
beg.
more.
I
Do
won't
I
beg
do
no
I
more.
apply for billions?
Does does Billy have a hero?
He has a company, right?
I think you're. Yeah, I think he's hiring. So maybe you could apply.
Are you hiring? Are you hiring, billion? Can I apply? What is the opening? What roles are open? I do not believe you, papaya. Oh, Nicola doesn't
No,
believe you, Nicola.
I prove to you,
Nicola does.
Nicola. I prove to you. I prove to you.
I ain't in a harem. I'm in some weird ass gay marriage. That's true. Shadow being the third husband. Oh wait, your husband is live right now.
Oh my god.
Depends on
Also,
if you
Becky,
want to join.
that's
I
not.
want to join. How much is the salary? Am I gonna? How long am I gonna work?
Plug.
Also
Good
already
luck.
begging.
I'm not begging. I'm
Plug.
just saying. I'm just assuring that you know I'm not gonna be begging you.
Uh-huh. Hi, love. How? Your payment is whatever you want it to be. Can I be paid like $5,000, per month?
Whoa, Blue. Put your finger away,
Eh,
Whoa, Blue.
wow.
Every
So
time
when
it
I
I don't want
oh
to
my
have
ask,
god.
sex with
you're
you
like,
right now,
nah.
Whoa, Blue.
Ooh, come on.
Oh, whoa, thank you for the hydrate. How was your sleep,
Love
love?
Nair. I love Nair.
Officer Phillips, call 4724. Officer Phillips, 4724.
Billion, can I apply? I want a $5,000 salary per month. Depends on how hard you work, but there's an opening for new detectives. New
Oh,
detective.
me. I want to join.
Uh, I wanna apply. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I spying for? No papaya.
I'm banned from
Get out, papaya.
joining. No. Listen, I change. I change.
We are detective assassins. Oh, that's so cool. Oh my god, I get to be a detective and an assassin in one. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yes, I would love to apply. Wait, where is Dama? Ah, wow, 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 wow. Ah, wow, 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 wow. Wait, wait, wait. Wait, wait, wait. Wait, wait, wait. I forgot where am I? I can apply. I can apply. There we go. I can apply. I have a gun. I have a gun. Like I can assassinate anyone in need. Like yeah.
You look like a toy gun, bro. Why you look like a toy gun?
Papaya is banned from a mile vicinity of the building. Oh, god damn.
No, I'm good. I'm good. You see, I got like quick reflexes. What? Like, listen. When I got jump scared, I killed them instantly.
I can also do detective jobs. I have my phone with me always. I am like I can spy on them using my camera. Hello, operator. Thank you. Hello. Welcome. How are you? Ready or not gameplay moment? Yeah, I've been dying all this time. Damn.
Ding ding.
And your reflexes are for squeezing out of situations you caused. Oh, papaya. Papaya.
I'm doing my best here. I'm just doing my best, okay? My mama kind of
Papaya.
homeless.
The poor
I
papaya.
live in a van.
Papaya ruined documents and rooms from my building, so that's why he was fired. Papaya, why would you do that?
It
That's
was
crazy.
by accident.
What?
Oh
How
my
did you
god.
ruin the room? What did you smear
Like,
papaya all over the walls?
you know what? I only have short-term memory loss, so I kind of forgot what happened. But I know
Uh-huh,
Yuki was
uh-huh.
there, Zora
Oh
was there.
no. You
Accident by ass.
Oh my god. You stared at Yuki when you did it. What? That's crazy, Papa. Why?
I did it! I didn't
You
stare at
burned down
Yuki.
your Asia room. Tell him right now and the story will change. You burned down a room? That is
I
crazy,
don't
Papaya.
I
How
don't
dare you?
remember. Okay,
That
maybe I
is.
did. Okay, maybe I
Oh my
did, but
god.
that was like the old 2025 me. I'm 2026 me. So completely different.
Does that even count? Do you know how backed up I am as a secretary, bro? This is your fault.
But you're the best secretary.
Papaya. Oh my
You can
god.
do it. You can do it real quick. At your work. So get go get a go with your social credit.
He really said New Year, New Me. Oh my god.
New Year, new me. Ew, don't
Papaya.
compliment me. Why?
New Year, New Me. Next year, better employees. Oh!
God damn.
God damn. You got no comeback from that, Papaya.
No, I got no combat.
He changes personalities like underwear. You know,
What
Papaya,
it
you should learn to do side A, side B sometimes, you know.
What's a side A, side B?
What?
I don't know what that is.
Once
Is
every
it
4 months. What? Like side A, side B. After you use the other one, you flip it on the underside and you use it again.
Oh.
Sure, and it stinks and has large holes. Ew!
Okay, the
Ew!
steak was not from me. The holes, yeah, it was me. My bad. I will take the
Why?
L on that.
Why? What did you
I
do for it to have a hole?
I got angry at my game and I punched a hole in the wall.
Even in your underwear? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Gamer gunk.
Gamer gunk. Yuck. Yuck.
I can smell it from a mile away, like bruh.
But the gamer gunk. Yuck.
Disgusting. Ew.
Disgusting.
Disgusting. I'm done. Girl is sitting right next to him. I'm sorry. That's what. Oh my god. I can't.
But
I can't.
I took a shower. I don't got no more gamer gunk. I'm clean.
My nose is like very damaged from all the stankiness. It doesn't smell. It cannot smell anything anymore. That's how bad it is.
Yeah, but at least you can't. I took a shower though, so that should count. That should count for something.
Uh-huh. Nose blind. I know. Like him
It
and
had to
Zoro,
be a
like they
fire.
yeah they got my nose a long time ago, so I can't smell anything anymore. Like both of them are too stanky. Like ugh,
It's not
disgusting.
even it's not wet.
The smell of wet papaya. No
I
soap, no
did take
shampoo,
a
nothing.
shower, Seth.
Ew.
I did take a
Ew.
shower. I use a Old Spice soap, bro. I
Oh,
got
so
all the
that's why
new.
you said you gotta use the Old Spice because you used
Yes,
it.
I use it today. That should count. I should fucking get some honor points for that. Because before I would use the Axe body spray. Okay.
I'm gonna put papaya away from me. Okay.
No, don't push me away. Don't push me away.
You feel the sticker and it says Axe body spray.
Bruh.
Bruh, it should count. The poor Popeye. Like everyone here is just like against you. Call for Zorro. Call for Zorro.
God.
Put bro in a
Don't
vat
put
of tomato juice and it'll still stay. What? That's
because it's not skunk.
nasty.
It's not, bro. It's not skunk stinky. Like, of course, it's not gonna work.
It's the gamer
But-
gunk.
Oh my! No, not the gamer gunk.
It will smell like garlic tomato sauce. What? Skunk spray smells more pleasant. Ooh.
What? Like, that's a lie, bro.
Oh my god.
Now you be dramatic. There's no way a skunk is smell better than me, bro.
No lives matters. We shouldn't have to deal with Papaya and Zaro's disgusting and endless stink. Yes! Oh, those lives matter.
Those line matters crazy.
Let the boss cook. Oh my god. Save us.
Don't try taking him out on his gamer chair. You'll find some stains you'll regret seeing. Oh my god. My
Should
jaw
we will
hurts.
change the lovely smell of our loved ones and not have our
Oh.
noses die from their disgusting stench. Oh no. Oh, no. My jaw hurts
You
and
know-
my stomach hurts from laughing.
Sticks and stones will break my bones, but word can never hurt me.
Ugh.
I wanna live.
I wanna live. Rip the ones of why we have lost of their wonderful smell. Words can never hurt you. Sure sounded like it did when I said you're fired. Ooh.
Oh,
Oh
no.
my god. Oh my god.
Okay, that day it did kind of hurt. All the time. You wouldn't react. No. I don't know what you're talking about. I never know what you're talking about. Except for that one time that Billy told me I was fired. Okay, that was the only time it did hurt. Okay.
Does papaya stink like how you say Zara stinks? Yes, they're husbands. Of course, they're gonna stink together.
Bruh.
One one doesn't smell better.
Let's
But evidence. Oh no.
Odd evidence.
Deceit. Oh no.
Deception. Haze.
Papaya already lying, not even a full 24 hours. Wild. Oh my god.
I'm not lying.
Papaya, why are you
You guys are
lying?
just gaslighting
My
me.
secretary always has receipts on hand. Oh boy, they got receipts on you. What you got? What you gonna prove for that,
Dang.
Papaya? You gotta have receipts too.
Uh, I have received from eBay. That's all the receipts I got.
eBay.
eBay, yeah.
He burns them all. What? No.
Burn them.
You burned all the receipts already. A liar,
A
a
liar.
cheater, a stinker. Damn, the list continues to grow. Oh my god.
You know what? I'll say uh well, I can't say nothing about that. I mean, you're right about that.
He doesn't even deny it.
I dare you.
Bro is trying to burn evidence against him, so now it makes sense why you hung around the incinerator. Oh my
Look,
god.
I like to see it burn stuff, so I sometimes
He
accidentally
likes to
check the
see
receipt.
burn stuff.
Yeah, so that's why I
So
grabbed some receipts that I thought, yeah, you know, they got a copy of and just started burning.
so is that why you burned Billion's
Yeah,
office?
yeah, yeah, because
Yeah.
I like to see.
You donut. Bro should be convicted 3 years in prison with manual labor like that one dude. At least the
I'll
stinker
burn
isn't an
it.
arsonist if he was to smell like
No.
burning shit. Oh my god. What does a burning shit smell though?
It smelled like a burning shit.
I don't even know what that smells. He is an arsonist. Ooh. He burned the HR room, don't forget. So he is, yeah, he is an arsonist.
Fire is so pretty when burning stuff. I can't help it.
Oh my god, he doesn't even deny it now.
It looks so pretty though. Come on. We all burn a couple stuff once in a while.
A couple, not the room. Not the receipts.
Look, I thought Billion have a copy. Every office I work at, they have a copy. So I thought he had a copy for those receipts and those plans.
Report to staff training. Officer Bewley, report to staff training.
Oh my god. Oh, what? What is it, Nicola? I make the copies and they weren't even given to me. You burnt them. You even burnt the copies? What?
I look, I just saw a box full of papers and I just decided to burn them, okay?
They were freshly written. I was gonna give them to Nicola to have them printed. Donkey! Where my Kirby won my refund. Wait, it didn't go. I was even ready to sacrifice Papaya to Kirby. Bro says fire is
No.
pretty. Bro is trying to be some dumb edgy teen who needs attention, so they set Walmart's on fire without thinking. What? You even set Walmart on
What?
fire? Oh, there you go. There you go. Kirby, eat papaya.
No,
Eat papaya.
no, EJ.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, well, wait for me. Oh, God.
This is papaya. Yeah, that is papaya. Kirby gonna get some sort of disease or something. No, don't worry. Kirby is immortal. In my office.
In my office.
What? Sorry, sir. An ex-employee destroyed your documents. I can hear the voice crack. You mad about being fired? Yeah, not as pissed as I am for burning papers he saw in my office. What? Oh my god.
Yeah, so I'm kind of a bit of a menace in the
Yeah? Yeah?
I'm so
How are you
look,
gonna
I was
defend yourself in the jury?
uh Your Honor, I pled drunk.
Bruh.
I took a
Bro.
couple cans of beers and I decided to, you know what? I'll cut billions off it with a saw. And that's what I did.
Papaya's job the whole time was a janitor? You should be cleaning, not burning. That is
Clean
cringing.
cleaning like burning stuff and cleaning, you know, you burn
Wait,
it and they disappear.
you you were also drinking on the business premises? What?
I got
You're a
well,
drunkard. Oh my god.
no, no,
Drinking at
it was a
work?
party. It was a New Year's thing though. We all got a little tipsy, okay? Okay, it was a special occasion.
That is what I am wondering. Oh my god. Oh my god, papaya. You can't defend yourself like you're so guilty. Oh my god. You're gonna get
But that
jailed.
but that was the past me, okay? All
That
that
was
is
the
in the
past
past.
you.
Mhm. All in the past. 2025 was probably not the best year for me, but 2026 is the new year for me. Fresh me.
So I'm a bit of a menace. Okay, buddy, take your meds that make you a mental vegetable. Not even being a functional human in society is a valid option. Oh my goodness. I have
Damn.
every right to smite you. You already did bad 2026. Wait, even this year? The year barely
What did I
started. What did he do?
what did I do? I
What
need to
did he do this
know.
year? What did he do this year, Billy? You
Well,
gotta
it's
tell.
only been like it's only been like 2 months. It's only been like 3 months, 2 months.
Bro started the year bad. Oh my god, papaya.
You want the cheese with your whitey? You want the cheese
Get
with your
good.
whitey?
Bro started the year begging. So he said he already walked on the premises and tried to pry the front door open. Now you're trespassing? What?
I no, well, it was
What?
a special. It was a New Year's, and I wanted to say, "Hey, I want to talk to you. Can I come in?"
That's crazy,
And he's like,
papaya.
"No."
Why?
But then I was like, "Oh, come on, let me in."
Evaporate him, that's crazy. Bro didn't shower the last day of December and said he didn't shower that year. Oh boy, that's crazy. That makes everything go away instantly from a business standpoint. Yeah, I agree with Billion on that. I agree with Billion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like bury the hatchet. You know, I was trying to do that, like bury the hatchet. The past in the past, and yeah.
You're still by. Oh. Desperation is not flattering. You tried to bribe. You even have bribery. Oh my god. How many cases do you have now already? God damn.
Bro, I feel like even if I breathe wrong, I get committed with a crime. That's how a bad boy I am. I'm a
Oh
bad
my
fruit.
god, what a bad fruit. Bro buried the hatchet in his funky gamer cock. The gamer cock again.
You just use someone else's
Yeah. What? You even what? my
Well,
god, that's
it was
oh my
Zoro's money,
god.
though. We were come on, it was Zoro's money. We both shared its count. It's not really stealing.
Ew.
It's not really stealing. I want to vomit.
I wanna vomit. It smells funky. No, it wasn't just Zoro. You even used other money aside from your husband's? God
Oh well, okay.
damn.
I used my other wife card. Okay.
Who what? Who's that other wife?
Oh, a slime wife I have, and yeah, she let me use her card sometimes.
Oh my god. You were also letting your wife bite Billy. How dare? Why would you
But
hurt
it could
Billion?
no, Billy can feel nothing. All right, and I can't control my wife. Like she's her own independent person. I can't control her. And put the
Gold
bite
digger
the
mom.
but but the bite didn't even like phase him. Bro.
And threatened me with a knife? Oh my god, that's another case. Oh my god. At this point, you're gonna be like electrocuted or something.
I think they're planning on it. Bro.
I feel the pain 2 times worse than normal people. Oh no, the poor Billion. You try to control other people? What?
What?
Not even a gold digger. Papaya is a gold digging leech. What? That's crazy, Zach. This is crazy, Lord. Honestly, like, bro.
Yeah. So, do you still want the job?
Leech is an understatement. Always begging for money. Oh my god.
Begging for money. Like, I'm kind of homeless too. My mama kind of homeless. I'm kind of homeless.
You're kinda homeless, I see.
Yep, yep. So I need a job to get the money.
Handed me the card and I was close to taking it and changing it in my name, but then I would be affected by the stink. Don't build it. Oh my god, you're gonna be stinky as well if you do that. Yeah. Good call, good call.
No, you
Protect
won't
the
get the
boss,
you
yeah.
won't get the stink. It got allspice scents on it.
Oh my god.
Officer
The
Reed,
old
report to staff services.
It even got Terry Crews on it at the face
What?
of the card. Yeah, Terry Crew.
Oh my god, I don't want you Elden Spice.
How did Spice?
The Elden Spice. Oh my goodness.
That's the sequel to Elden Ring. Let's go.
That ain't spice, that's fermentation. Oh my god, a fermented papaya. Oh, that makes sense. That's why you stink. Oh no. Ah. Billy's just like ah. Oh my god. Hey George. Oh my
my
goodness.
my jaw hurts too. How long we've been sitting here to freaking
I don't know.
explain this lore?
Almost an hour.
Like I tell you, the lore goes deep,
Oh
man. The
my
lore goes
god. I'm learning a lot more about papaya. Oh, thank you for the headbutt, love. You laugh so much, I'm shocked you didn't pass out. Glad I ain't they're all up in that give me the stick. Oh no, Shad.
Damn.
I tell you, my nose is damaged to the point that there's no more return. I can't smell anything anymore. The lore goes deep because he wanted to be a menace and was jealous everyone was higher up than you. Oh!
Oh, the
Oh my
past is
god.
in the past, you know? That's it in
But
the
where you
past.
at? Bat died. I swear Bat died. Oh, Bat is already. Oh my god, Bat is already
There we
live. Okay.
go.
You guys,
There we
we're
go.
going to Bat. Let's continue the
What the
lore
time?
at
No,
Bats.
don't time me
We
out.
will
Don't time me
continue
out.
the lore on Bats. I'm going to time Papaya if you raid out to Bat. No, Seth! Are you... So you say Papaya, but not everything can be forgiven. Who getting banned?
Look, forgiveness takes a
But we
long
gotta
time, you
raid
know?
out. I just wanna chill now. I've been late for almost 8 hours now.
Oh,
But
man.
I'll still game ready or not.
Yeah. I'll game for a couple more and then I'll be done.
Yeah, same. Okay. Let's continue the lore to bats. Let's include bat. Let's continue the lore. Let's have bat included in the lore.
Oh no. Too much lore drop for one day.
Oh my god, Bat looks so good with that new model. Oh my god.
Right.
I like it. Okay. Let's read the Bat. Oh mug.
Late night.
Okay.
Let's get
Okay.
inside.
I start the raid. Alright. Let's continue the lore there. If you include Bat, it gets like 100 times. That's the point! We raid the Bat. We will raid the Bat. Alright. Let me do my outro a little bit. It was fun. Oh my god. My arms. My arms. Oh my god. Alright, thank you everyone for listening to me and the deep lore of We're gonna read the bat. It was fun. I just wanna chill now. I still game though, but yeah, we gotta support the bat. No, I gotta hydrate when I gotta raid up.
Purified Walt.
Okay, I'll hydrate.
Andy Moo.
Again, don't forget to hydrate as well. Stay alive, stay safe, stay warm, stay cozy. I love y'all. Mwah, mwah. I'll see you tomorrow for the 7 days to die collab.